Hello, everybody. Welcome to the game. The Great American Experience happens once again. I'm the Wizard of Oz. This is not my show, so um, I'm just a guy behind the curtain, pushing buttons, pulling levers, bringing you this platform so you can put on your show. So get up here, grab a link, and let's get this party started. Fire the ball. Here, I'll put the link up there. Just, but yeah, that's what it's all about. And that's Ranger, if you can hear that. I can't open up the back window to let a breeze go through because the frogs are too loud. I could, hey, I could give ambience to the screen. The fire. Yeah, yeah, we could do that. See how much. Oh, that's right. There's no sound when I go to the backstage, so can't do that. But yeah, all right. So we're just gonna wait for people to show up and let themselves get on, and I'll be in the background. Enjoy the fire. I'm going to be doing fire in the bowl. So, yeah. Hey, what's up? Welcome in. What's happening, Zoom? What's happening, Bruce? Oh, cut down a tree and smoke a T-bone on a wood fire. You damn right. Rock on. I not a T-bone, but maybe a burger or a chicken. You cleaned out 30 years of stuff. Out of where? Out of your ear? Hey, Shadow Man, how you doing? Fire in the motherfucking bowl. Amen. Rock on. Thank you. Oh, wow, your dad's stuff, yeah. Shadow, thank you for posting that. We may end up with a financial problem. Twitch didn't give us a check this month, so I really am stressed on finances. There's no way for me to get all that taken care of. If you guys can, use the Cash App or the PayPal, that money will go directly towards the show. So I really appreciate that. The Twitch stuff makes a difference too. They get they don't like to disclose much about their pay processes, stuff like that. They're pretty inconsistent. I know Zoom, and I appreciate it. It's just it's my fault. I took on a responsibility, and I should be able to keep it up. But I financially have had some serious stress recently, so last year too. But I'll get back on my feet, and then it won't be an issue. But fire in the bowl. Yeah, bummed out that your alien beef jerky didn't come. I don't know, buddy. I honestly think he sent it because everybody else got their packages and they said they were sending out at the same time. Probably your mail system or some shit like that. I mean, I'm sure he sent it out. And in fact, I think Mama Don was the one that sent it out, so I know it went out. Hey, so anyway, Shadow and everybody, what's going on, man? As you have you been keeping an eye on things? Did anything go stupid while I was away? Because things have a way of doing that when I don't pay attention. I sure as hell wasn't paying attention today because I went in the city and went on a pallet run, materials gathering run. I got to do another one this weekend because I found a guy that's got like 8 sliding glass doors that were pulled out of places that were replaced, and they're going to go beautiful on the greenhouse. So I got to get back up there and get that stuff. Um, and I might have found a stash of I-beam steel, galvanized I-beam steel, which would be badass. I've got to build that. There's a couple things I got to build. I got to build a gantry, and that's going to take a bunch of steel, and it needs to be big steel. And I got to build a 20-foot lathe. Yes, a tree lathe, a debarker lathe, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, basically a tree lathe where I can make posts or debark a tree or something like that. Or those are things that have to be built for the mill. So yeah, it's gonna be badass, dude. Yeah. Oh, hold on a second. I'll be right back. Yeah, yeah. My God. Um, I'm sorry, dude. I did, I did past you. Yeah, Randy's here, and I'm a fucking idiot. I'm an asshole. Yeah. Hey, I got a new hat. It's just like the old hat. Oh, it's not filthy and beat up. It's badass. Yep. BDU City Camo. That's what they call it. I don't know what that means. Why it's City Camo, but yeah, the black, gray, and white. I figured it'd be like, snow or something. But no, snow camo would be mostly white with gray and black. Yeah, with light gray and black. Yeah. They call it City Camo. Still like the wood line pattern, but yeah. Oh, you found some old NASCAR cards? Oh, dude. So he was collecting NASCAR stuff? That's badass. There was a time when I was doing all my eBaying stuff. I ran across a fire suit that one of the big name racers had worn when they won a title or something. And they signed it and everything else, and this guy had it. I sold it for $700. Yeah. And he gave me $100. I'm like, cool. That rocks. He was in the bed when you did. Yeah. Fire the bowl. So, hey, come on up. Grab a link. Come on up. Let's get this party started. Man, I was going to take a video of the pallet in the trailer, but I wasn't fast enough with the camera. We unloaded it. I was just wanting to get that chore done. Randy helped me with that, dude. We got that unloaded and sorted. So that and that 100-pound fucking marble countertop I got. It's like 120 pounds or so. It's a pretty heavy piece of shit. That's a beautiful piece. Um, take some videos of that stuff tomorrow. But trying to get the guy over here tomorrow to, I'm gonna do whatever it takes to get him to come over and till up the garden tomorrow. You know, and so we can get started with that because I got to get that going and I got to line that out and get it fucking get the wire on it or the string on it so we can set the. Yeah, I mean we can get started setting with them. I got enough of them. I only need 4 more, 5 more. Where we're going to put the doors, I got to put extra ones because I'm going to close those areas in to 8 foot wide in the front. So there's 2 posts that go right there. Those are pure points. You know what I'm saying? And then we put the 2 4-foot doors in the back, 4 feet from the back wall. So there's 2 more pure points we got to have. So yeah, I think I got 4 or 5 more to make. But yeah, no shit. We can start setting that up. I don't want to do that until it's tilled up because I don't want him to have to work around those. You know what I'm saying? And any digging that he does will just make it easier for us to put the holes in the ground. I need to get that tree out of there too. Strip club cards. That's funny. That's funny. Why are you going through your dad's stuff? Does he know you're going through his stuff? Found his Playboy magazines, his penthouse. You know what? I had a buddy of mine collected them, and when he died, he left me his whole collection of Playboy magazines, every single issue. The son had seen it, and he took out the Marilyn Monroe issue because it is like a $5,000 issue, and it was all original, perfect condition, everything. Yeah. So I really have had the whole collection of Playboy one time. I gave it to one of my boys, Jeremy. All I asked him for were the tubs back. You know what I'm saying? He didn't even bring me the fucking tubs back. One of my boys. So, no, you and your mom cleaning up. That's cool. That's cool. Oh man, I can't wait to reload my computer. Jeez, these old defects was saying there was a link, but I can't get to them. And I wish it said something about sending me an operating system on a stick, kind of thing. I haven't gotten anything yet. So once I get it, once I get it, do get it reloaded with Windows 10. Got enough RAM in this thing to fucking do all kinds of shit, including the 3D design stuff. And I can export from a 3D program like that into a video, like a walkthrough in the design, 3D Home or something like that. It's pretty cool. So, but I'd be able to show you guys what I'm getting ready to do. But that would be the only way because it's without seeing it, yeah, it's going to be kind of hard to describe it. But yeah. Hey Jake, how you doing, Jake? Yeah, Singularity said he's going to come up. He'll be up here in a minute, a little bit. And good deal, man. I tell you what, kicking ass and taking names. That's what I'm doing. Been busting ass. Fucking went on a pallet run today. Picked up another 12-foot trailer full of 12-foot pallets. Yeah, Dale Earnhardt was. Yeah. You know what? Don't seem to be. Oh, Windows 10 Home, yeah, but I need Pro. Pro 64-bit. Yeah. It's all the design stuff that I need to do, whether it be through 3D Home or the. Um, I do some stuff in Word and some stuff in Excel as well. I work with that. So Windows 10 Pro and Windows Office 10 or 12 will work too. But I just gotta, you know, figure out how to do it. Yeah, I gotta come up with $100. Yeah, that's been an issue with gas prices and stuff like that. It's like between feed and fuel and food, I'm kind of wiped out here. Been holding my own, but it's stretch that penny to spend it over there kind of thing. Lord does provide what I need. So, but yeah, but yeah, no shit, man. I don't let that stuff. I got too much shit to do to worry about all that. I'll worry about it when I can get it, you know. And um, should be able to sell some of these rabbits here pretty quick, and possibly rehome Charlie. That one would be that. That's a you know getting him home means $200, so that's cool. You know that would help out a lot. Holy shit! What's up, Sing? How you doing, man?
Oh, living the dream. How you doing?
Oh, doing good, doing good. Hey, rock on, Zach. Oh, I love you too, buddy. Yeah,
Is that Smouse?
yeah, it's Smouse. Yeah,
Hey, Zach.
yeah,
Biden economy is killer.
right. Yeah, grab a link, guys. Come on up. But yeah,
uh,
no, I bet you've been busting ass.
yeah, about 6 days a week minimum. Get up at 4 every morning almost. Fun. And I'm not a morning person.
Right, right.
I've never been a morning person. And yeah, it's like pulling teeth to get me up that early, but you got to do what you got to do, right?
Right. Yeah, exactly, man. There's sometimes I'd wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning to drive to Kansas City to be there at 8 o'clock.
Right. Right.
Okay. I had there were times I'd leave like midnight if I had to be in Cincinnati the next morning
Right.
to do a job, and I'm only there for like 2 hours.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And then I'm done, and I go back.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So right there is like
It's-
6 hours drive time right there. So
and right now, I've got to put a fuel surcharge on everything. I got to charge everybody mileage if I'm driving somewhere.
right, we
Hey,
got
Jason.
mileage.
Yep. Even if it's
I
10
was making
miles.
Dude, I was making so much money on those distance jobs. It was
Oh, yeah.
not even funny, dude. But I was a rescue guy. I was like, the customer already got pissed off and they'd send me out there to make it good. And I was really good at that. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yep.
And so,
Yep.
but I was making major bank, dude. I'd go rent a car from Enterprise. I was on the program set for them, right?
Oh, right.
What's
There's
up?
somebody in our waiting
Yeah,
room.
in the
Oh, there we go.
background. Hey,
What's going
Jake, how
on?
you doing, buddy?
How you
Hey,
doing?
how's
I
it
just
going?
rated. By the way, I rated you guys. Jake Husband rated a party of two. I was live when I was talking. Sorry.
Rock on. Well, welcome in, Raider.
Yeah, I was like streaming because I just found out that a certain place called Haps is actually, unfortunately, they're ceasing business May the 5th. So I'm trying to get the stuff on Haps done. I've been over it for like a year. Been using it. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, that's cool.
Yeah, I've been listening to conversations while I was backstage. Didn't want to
Right.
disrespect you guys. By the way, you have not before last night. Did you hear the Kid Rock new song?
Oh yes, yes. I listened to that last night.
I
Good
didn't even
song.
know you Kid Rock did a We the People song called We the. I think it was called We the People.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, Huck.
There's my Huckleberry. At least now there's a little bit of sunshine, as long as it doesn't turn into laser beams and little piggy.
Yeah. By the way, I got a food drop today. They gave me my favorites, my new favorites.
Right.
Donuts.
Yeah, but like I was saying, Sing, you still there? Hey, Smouse, what's up? But like I was saying, Sing, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I was letting Smouse in.
Oh, okay, good deal. But like I was saying though, yeah, I'd be in Cincinnati well, they had a 5-hour schedule just in case I couldn't, but I could always close those out in like 2.5 hours. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And customers happy and jumping up and down, happy when I'm leaving. You know what I'm saying?
And that's the main thing right there.
Right. I says, yeah, I'm not Superman, but Mighty Mouse might work. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because here I come to save the day.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, kind of thing.
Yep.
But I made bank, dude. I'd make the Cincinnati jobs. I think I made.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I think I made like $800 a day out there on that trip.
Dude, you ought to start doing like a handyman service. I mean, they're getting $150 an hour for a handyman.
Well, I'm building a farm.
Right.
I'm building a farm. That's what I'm doing. And I've already got. I should have production level capabilities out of this garden.
Oh, I got you.
Right. I'm gonna hit the farmers markets, man. I'm gonna be setting out vegetables.
Do you have chickens?
Animals. And I got chickens. In fact, we just lost a rooster, I think.
Ooh. Why?
But anyway, well, he wouldn't stay in his cage. He became an escape artist and thought he was bigger than the dog.
Yeah. A lot of farmers markets are now. A farmers market is actually a good place to get fresh veggies. It's fruits and veggies.
I'm going to be one of those people providing the veggies at the farmers market.
Yeah.
Not that type of handyman, Jen.
Oh shit, Jen, welcome in, Jen.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, no, I've been taking my woodcraft. If you looked at my channel at all, did you look at the Wizard of Oz channel, YouTube channel?
Not lately, but I have before. I've seen a lot of your things you built, like the coolers and stuff like that. Yeah, that stuff's bank when you get going on it.
Those
Nice to
things,
meet you, Mouse.
those sell for $120 a piece. Even the kid picnic tables. I got a few pallets, and I might be able to use for picnic table tops.
Nice.
Right.
But turn around and I make these kids picnic tables and sell them for $75 a piece. It takes an hour to put them together.
Nice.
You know what I'm saying? Right. I got a jig for the legs, making the A-frame. I got a jig for that. So pop it in there,
Nice.
boom, done.
Nice.
That's actually a good thing you're doing, Wizard.
Right.
By
What?
the way, nice to meet you, Mouse.
Right. Well, we do all this woodcraft. I make these 6-foot swing benches nobody makes anymore. I
Yeah,
get $375 a piece off of
because
those.
now a lot of these companies are now not using handyman like you. They're going to machines and stuff. They're using plastic instead.
Well, there is a big niche in the market here for recovery wood, repurposed kind of
Finger
things, and
cypress.
and the things I'm building are outdoor kind of craft kind of deals. And
Yeah.
I mean, if I can get back to market, I was making $2-3 grand a month doing woodcraft.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, there's no joke about that. I just got to but my priority is food. So I got to get this garden right, and then I can start working on that shit. I got 4 coolers in the garage right now that are almost finished.
Yeah.
Okay. I've got 5 sets of dice. I make these monster dice out of 4x4s, cut them down into cubes, turn them into dice.
Yeah.
I sell them for $25 a set of 5.
Do you have a refrigerator or using a root cellar?
I have a fridge and a deep freeze. I got
Right.
solar power.
I'm sorry for asking that question.
No, I'm off grid, but I am solar power, and when I don't, I have a generator. When the solar doesn't,
sometimes solar messes up.
Well, sometimes there's a cloud in between you and the sun, and it ain't gonna happen. Especially if it's raining. If it's raining, you're screwed. You're not getting this shit. Okay. I can do pretty good even on a cloudy day, but if it starts raining, you're screwed.
Who is the mouse?
Smouse in the house, Zachary. Yeah.
Hey, Zachary.
Nice to meet you.
What's on your mind, Zach? Zach talks to his computer.
Yep.
Just in case you know.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to pick the words right now. Don't want to say anything stupid.
Get that cheddar. It's all about doing what we're doing. I mean, we're doing this stuff. You know what I'm saying? And the doers are the ones that are interesting.
Yeah.
Are you putting in a garden?
I want to.
Well, don't want to. Go do it. No, there's a third. All you got to do is make up your mind.
Okay.
Yeah, make it a priority, and first thing you got to consider is you need to provide for yourself. You got to have food.
For family. You got to provide for it's food, water, shelter.
Water and shelter. Food, water, shelter. If you can't provide those for yourself, you're in a tough way to survive.
Yeah.
Get a garden. If you got a yard, put in, a garden. If you got a patio, use containers and planters boxes and stuff like that.
Wizard. I see people convert their trucks to cooking oil. Use cooking oil. What do you think about that?
That's diesel engine. A diesel engine will run on that stuff. There's not much conversion to it. It's just a thing, right?
Yeah. I'm sorry for asking these questions because of stuff that I see people do all the time on these shows that I watch. I see people do
Well, I have plans to replace my gasoline fuels as well.
Yeah.
I could do that if necessary, but I'm not going to pull that out before the time is right for that.
Hey, by the way, I got the song "Looking for Love" from Johnny Lee in my head right now. From Urban Cowboy, from the movie Urban Cowboy. Okay.
My
Okay,
pronouns are dude and bro. Definitely not. Definitely not. That was funny though. I enjoyed that.
right?
Are you guys part of the? Oh, I'm not gonna touch that with a 10-foot pole.
I know, right? I was like, I don't think you're in the. Yeah, go ahead, Zach. Let's give Zach the
Hey,
floor.
Zach.
I have just been busier than a three-peckered billy goat. I'm actually building 8 mobile applications.
Oh wow, rock on. Yeah, so that's going well, huh?
Nice.
So
Glad to hear that.
so he's using a text to speech thing.
Yeah,
So he's non-verbal. Sorry
correct.
for saying that. You know, I have autism, so I know I have a disability, so I know what disability. I've seen a lot of these disabilities. Sorry.
It's all good, man. Don't worry about it. Say what you want. We're not judgmental here.
Yeah, you're not gonna get no. Yeah, you're gonna catch no breaks because you think you're special either. That's Zach.
Yeah.
I tell fuck you all the time. All right, Zach.
Hey,
All right, go ahead.
I,
Go ahead, Zach.
I have cerebral palsy.
how long have you had it?
My name is Zachary Smouse. I'm 29 years old and I have cerebral palsy. I have had CP all my life. I was diagnosed as a baby. The reason why I got my unique ability was because there were complications at birth. My umbilical cord was wrapped around my neck 3 times and my birth doctor didn't wait until my birth mother was dilated all the way. Because of that, I came out not breathing. Long story short, I was pronounced dead for 27 minutes. Honestly, I prefer my unique ability because it gives me a different perspective on life that others might not understand. Like there's evil in this world and stuff, but I try my best to be here for people who need someone to talk to. I just believe that in the 27 minutes that I was dead, I believe that God took away my ability to walk and talk normally, then replaced it with a brain and heart to help others no matter what they need. Life has been good with having a unique ability. Sure, there's some asshats that think I shouldn't be speaking my mind and being open to others. But I don't really care because I am who I am and I don't need people who are negative in my life. Some of the challenges that I have faced with dealing with my unique ability are making some people realize that other people matter. It doesn't matter what the outer physical appearance looks like, it's what the inside that counts. I just believe that there's some people who need to come to realization that they aren't the only ones who matter. Honestly, the other things that has happened to me isn't really petty, but I just want people to realize that we just need to come together and be here for one another no matter what happens.
Amen. You know it,
Right
brother.
on, brother.
Thank you.
And God gave you that amazing mind. So that's, yeah, you're not kidding when you say you got a gift. Zach's a smart dude.
There he is.
Wizard.
Yeah.
Someone redeemed it. FITMAFB.
Say
Someone
that
redeemed.
again. What?
Hold on. Someone redeemed. This is.
Oh, somebody called Fire in the Bowl on
Yep.
Twitch? Oh, rock on. Fuck yeah. Okay. Fire in the Bowl. Hell yeah. Who called it?
Ryan.
Ryan?
Ryan. I can't say that right.
Bardwell.
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 Yep.
Yeah.
Rock on, Ryan. Fuck yeah.
Our-
Fire in the Bowl.
Our
Yeah.
local crazy Texan.
So you
Man,
guys
where you at, buddy? Get up here and get on the screen. Oh, my Lord. Hell yeah. So, But yeah,
That's-
no, I keep telling Zach he needs to do a garden. He says he can't garden. He can't get the rows straight and all that stuff. I said, I bet it'll be crazy, but it's gonna work. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, he's eating his cat.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck you too. You know what?
Hey, Wizard. This is a great thing. I got to meet somebody today. I got to meet so many good people because of this channel. Thank you so much.
Well, you're welcome. That's,
You guys are awesome people. And
well, we're just everyday people, but ain't no superhero here. Well, I do my best, but I ain't no superhero. I have no special powers. Let me tell you, they may call me Wizard of Oz, but I couldn't I couldn't blow up.
Right.
Not yet. I'm working on trying to figure out how to blow shit up with my mind.
By the way, if you notice the shirt I have on, I actually have on a wrestling shirt. I have two of the greatest people in professional wrestling, Stone Cold and Shawn Michaels, on my shirt. WrestleMania 14.
Oh, cool.
In Boston.
What were you going to say?
Zach, yeah, there's two that are about 40 miles south of me and one that's about 8 miles south of me. We've had some pretty nasty fires today.
Wow.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and we've got 80-mile-an-hour gusts, 40-mile-an-hour wind with 80-mile-an-hour gusts.
Fanning it, man. Just fanning it. Oh, my God.
We're surrounded by dry wheat fields, right now, wheat stubble.
What is the YouTube channel? Sorry.
Nice, Zach. Yep.
You're surrounded by wheat fields, and how close has the fire gotten to you so far?
They continued it going north. Now it's going east, so it made it within about 5 miles of the little town I live in. The land I was looking at to buy, it would have been the end of last year, it got mowed over by the fire. So kind of glad I didn't buy that.
Hey, Riot, 2 subs. Riot Bardwell, get the 2 subs.
Rock on.
Sorry, I'm used to doing
cool.
this. Yeah, I don't know I don't know what the thing is for your subs and stuff. So I don't know if you wanted me to announce if someone gives 2 subs or something.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you. That's perfect.
Here's the thing. A lot of people don't realize that because StreamYard doesn't put some of the stuff I have to run a different tab.
I know. And my system isn't as such that I can keep a Twitch window open and do anything else.
What is the name of the YouTube channel you guys are
on? Sick Pat and The Game. And The Game is currently under strike because we had talked about medical misinformation somehow. So
I'll be right back, guys.
I know, right? We were like, fuck you. I know, dude. I was so much so. I was like, fuck yes, Mouse. You know it, buddy.
Yeah.
I was like, fuck you, YouTube. I was like, stick it up your ass. So we can't stream on that channel for a week or something. So
yeah, actually, it could be up to 2 weeks.
Right. So and I'm not going to go into it, but we were talking about COVID and the truth about it. And all that shit. Right.
All right. I'm giving you a sub right now. Giving the Sick Pat channel a sub.
Rock on.
Thank you very much for, I enjoy coming on this. This is my 3rd time on this.
Right?
It's my 3rd time, man. The thing is, by the way, go back into the stream that I did before coming on here. I said, I'm going to raid the game. I was gonna raise you. I had you guys up in the background waiting to raise you guys.
Rock on. Thank you. That's awesome, man.
Because you guys are. I know you guys are normal people, but
right.
you guys have.
I wouldn't say we're normal people anymore.
Yeah.
We're old-fashioned people, kind of.
Yeah.
Old-fashioned, normal, kind of patriot. Just want to be American. You know what I'm saying? That's all we
America
want. We
first.
just want to be left alone and be American.
America first.
Right. Right. So,
You know, the thing is, it's, I want to say, you know what the thing is, it's everybody. Can everybody get along? Can get along? Sorry.
if they decide to, if they decide to, they
By the
could.
way, they didn't get me. They when the food job didn't get me the peach soda this time. They got me root beer instead. So I got a whole case of it right now.
Right. There you go.
Yeah,
Yeah. Is that orange?
it's root beer this time.
It's Rupert. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Hey, here's the thing. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Sorry, I was having to grab a root beer. I wanted to get some soda in my stomach. Top of top.
Fire in the bowl. Fuck yeah, fire in the bowl. As I say.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Fire in the bowl. You got just time. I know you don't do
Oh.
it. So don't do
By the way, I got a slice
I
of cheese.
Thanks for
Still got
coming.
my pipe tobacco.
Oh, you got it?
Oh, no. I wish I could come up more. It's gotten insane. And right now with the metal roofing, and I'm still doing about 30 hours a week driving cement truck, along with doing a crap load of metal roofing. The other guy that does metal roofing, he retired. So I'm the only guy right now.
Okay.
Gone
We're
insane.
like Catholic Church here for a minute. You send $100 to the Cash App, I'll forgive you.
Get forgiveness, huh?
Right.
Right on. Well, within the soon, there'll be something coming your way. Partially because I feel bad because I had that auto hammer out front, and apparently there was some kid playing on it, and and when I was gone, there was some kid playing on it, and it made the city nervous, so they made me get rid of it.
What?
There was some kid playing it in my front yard on the auto hammer. Some kid climbing on it, some little grade school kid or something.
Yeah.
And I guess one of the city guys saw it and thought it was kind of a hazard to have out there, and it looked like too much fun for the kids to play on. And you know how those auto hammers are, right?
What is
Those
an
auto
hammer?
hammers. If he would have gotten that thing to swing a little bit, he would have lost a hand or something. So, and it wasn't. Yeah, so they wanted me to get rid of it, so I donated it to the museum here to get rid of it.
Oh, that's cool.
We got a morning. We got a morning. I can't. GB.
Oh, yep.
I don't. Someone saying morning.
In that case, you owe me a lot more than.
Yeah, it's a crappy. The museum got museum got a damn good donation on that one.
Oh fuck! Yeah, that's damn near priceless, man. I mean, seriously, I know what the value of that is.
Yeah,
and I understand it. I mean, it's much more than just even the value of the dollar. It's it's the whole fucking 9 yards of when it was made and operating that son of a bitch.
1908 Blackhawk, and there's not many of them around.
Right.
So it turned my stomach. For one thing, if a kid had gotten hurt playing on it, I would have felt, I right when they told me, I was like, okay, it's, I'll find something to do with it. I couldn't find anywhere to go with it. Don't have my shop built yet. I'm gone all the time. And they came and hauled it off when I donated. So it's like,
but did they give you an assessed value donation receipt?
Yeah. So I've got a write-off ability on it. So,
okay, good, cool. Good. I'm going to say they probably hooked you up with that too.
Yep.
I hope.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's only like a $1,200 one, but it's something. Which it should
Hey,
have been probably about a
That's a chunk.
yeah,
That's a chunk.
yeah,
You've already got paid, kind of thing.
Yeah. And it's a write-off because it's a donation, and it was a
Correct.
workable tool and I'm in a metal industry, so yeah. But as well as I do, even the shape it was in probably 5,600 should have been the write-off.
Right. Exactly. That's what I was thinking. Something around. I was hoping they were giving you like 5-10 grand worth of write off on that. Son of a bitch is worth more than 5 grand. I don't care if it's in it's simple, repairable, and it's worth $10,000 in full function.
GT. By the way, to answer someone's question, sorry to interrupt. GTSY is good to see you.
Ragged Coin, how you doing? That's
Hey,
our
Ragged.
GTSY, good
Yeah.
to see you. That's what GTSY means. Sorry.
Yep.
Yep.
Good to see you. Yeah. Welcome in, Raggy. Yeah. Chat hasn't been as lively as normal because
Yeah.
it's good to see you, man. I hope you're getting some solutions on your situation.
Have you ever made pickles? Have you ever made some homemade pickles, Wizard?
Yes, I have. I make refrigerator pickles, fresh out of the garden. And within 30 days, I'm eating pickles. Hell yeah.
Yeah. Hey guys, I gotta run. I'll talk to you guys later. Thanks for letting me come on.
You know it, Jake. Thank you for coming on, man.
Bye.
Take care, man.
All
Thanks
right.
for coming up
Take
and
care,
chatting with us.
But yeah, no, I'm serious. I'm talking about production level capabilities with the tomato plants, the zucchini, all of it. I'm planning on being able to set up a pretty good tray, every 3 or 4 days. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Well, and eggs right now, you start kicking some of those eggs out there. That's no joke right now. I mean, you're looking at some places $4 a dozen for eggs.
Right. Oh yeah. The browns, the browns go for $5 a dozen or better. Last I looked, it was like 6.5 a dozen or some shit like that. And that's
all
one from the store. Yeah.
Yeah. And if it's all natural, you add 20%.
Unwashed brown eggs you could sell for. I mean, I usually sell them 2 for $5. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
2 dozen for $5. And
Yep.
everybody's happy to pay that.
Yeah.
And
when I had the land and I had all those chickens, I was selling them cheaper than the store, and I was making bank. And that was off of like 250 chickens. I can only imagine if you had a big operation.
Well, I don't plan on doing anything that huge. I've only got 18 hens right now, and that will be increasing. But 18 hens, and that's as far as production goes. I need to increase to about 28 because I've got about 15 or 16 eggs a day now, and that's 18 hens. So I gotta buffer this crowd. You know what I'm saying? I need to get some.
Yep.
So I'm pulling 2 dozen a day, and then at the end of the week, I'm sitting there I'm being able to take 8 dozen with me. You know what I'm saying?
I left the gate to my garden open once. In my garden, I had it fully covered to keep the chickens out. Left the gate open once, went into town to get some stuff and was gone about an hour. Found out 250 chickens could take out a 20 by 30 garden in about an hour.
Oh my God.
Took it down to stems on everything, dude.
Oh my God. Yeah. I believe it.
They're all just packed in there. It's like they're happy as can be.
Dad, we seen all this green stuff over here. We're gonna go get it.
Mm-hmm. And they've been seeing it and wanting in there for a while. So as soon as they had an opening, they're like, "Here we go."
Hell yeah. Bum rush. It's a stampede.
Yep. Oh, and I bet it was. I bet they're running over each other to get in there.
Well, we had a rooster. It was a Barred Rock rooster. I'm pretty sure he's dead. I don't know that for a fact. I never seen a carcass. But then again, with these dogs, they will eat everything.
I got you. Yep.
Okay, even the feet. They will chew. They there's nothing left of that bird when they're done except feathers. They don't eat the feathers. But
But
I haven't seen anybody with feathers recent. You know what I'm saying? I just don't know exactly what happened to this chicken. It may be alive. It just ran off in the woods.
right.
He's an escape artist, so there ain't no caging him. Um, yeah, he had to fly out of there, and that we have a 7-foot fence on that yard over the rabbits. I didn't
Oh
want to
yeah.
put him in with I didn't want to put him in with the layers because we're happy in the pen right now, and I got a rooster in there. I put that rooster in there, and everything goes stupid for a while. You know what I'm saying?
Nice. Yep.
So,
Yep.
so I put him in with the rabbits. It doesn't have a top on it, and some bitch figured out how to get it run time to get out of there.
Yep.
And
I've got to put a chain link fence up this weekend around. I've got a little boom lift and JLG boom lift, and then some other horizontal lifts and everything, scissor lifts. We got a few parents around here that don't watch their kids too well, and those kids keep climbing on stuff, and I don't want them climbing on something, getting hurt here, and then suing me. So
you need to issue trespassing warnings. No more trespassing on my property. Period.
yeah, true.
I have equipment, I have tools, and I have things here that can be dangerous and poisonous. And I don't want your kids
Yeah.
around here if they don't know how to behave.
Yeah.
And if you get foul rules, I'm gonna have to file trespassing charges on you.
Yeah.
That's
That's just crazy. Crazy to me that that I could be liable when it's on my property and they shouldn't even be there. It's like,
Right.
watch your kids. Tell them to get off of the. Don't go on other people's property.
Well, do right. Type it out on. Print it out. However you want to do it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And take a picture of it and then send it to them.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Official notice is what you got at top. Header. Official notice.
Yeah. I did put several no trespassing signs up on the fenced in area. I'm just gonna have to put a post in and put it on the non-fenced in areas too. Wow. I got some thunder rolling. Cool. We should use the rain. Put out some fires.
There you go. What's up, Zach? Half the third drink out. Because you got drunk. You don't normally drink, so yeah. Well, I don't understand. Why don't you come up here, Jen? Yeah, come up here and play us a song. What's up, Zach? Hey, quietly yelling. How are you? No ragged coin. You make sure they don't ever sue you. If you're going to shoot somebody on your property, sorry to say, it probably needs to be a kill shot because, yeah, you definitely, yeah, then they won't sue you. You shoot them and they live, they're going to be pissed.
I got some crackling going on.
I'm glad you have rain. It was 40 miles per hour wind here.
Yeah, Zachary's in Colorado too. We've been getting hammered
Right. With
by
winds.
wind. Hey, Ragged.
Hey, John.
Hi,
How you
Jen.
doing?
Hey,
How's it going?
going good.
Rock on. Fire in the ball.
Ain't no more alcohol, that's for sure.
Yeah, I was gonna say, don't.
I'm not a drinker.
Hey, UFO, doing good. Thank you. Hopefully you're doing well too. Sure, Ragged, it better be nice. Your ass already got blown off the cliff once. Got to give you time to recover.
Hey, Canoe.
Howdy, howdy.
Hey, Canoe. Did I freeze up or was that somebody else?
The only one that's froze up here is Wiz. Oh, nice. Cleaning out the ears. Oh, no, you're not. It looked like you were going with a Q-tip.
Oh, nice, Ghost.
Yeah,
You're
we-
in there.
Anybody got snow?
I did a few days ago.
Down to the last patch. And then I got to go back and clean up poop explosion from the dog from the winter.
Oh no, poop explosion. Ugh.
That's the worst about dogs, having to clean up after them.
Yeah.
I'd rather clean a litter box.
Take care, Ryan.
Bye, Ryan. What happened to Wiz? Computer.
His power probably shut down.
No gas in the generator.
Yeah, he probably had to run outside to start up a Jenny.
I likes his living style. Old ways.
Been a while since I've been on. Canoe, how's the arm doing?
It's better.
Nice.
The issue that I'm having is I keep in my sleep I keep turning on my side because I'm kind of a side sleeper, and I end up getting myself into position and putting weight on it or turning it the wrong way, and I wake up with shooting pain.
What did you do?
But
to
for
your
the
arm?
for the most part, it's doing a little better.
Nice.
It's never going to be 100% better.
Right.
That's just not in the cards.
Ghost. Yes, you heard my dog lapping the water. He just finished chewing on a moose bone, so I guess he got thirsty. I didn't know my microphone was that sensitive. What did you do to your arm, Canoe?
Back at the end of January, I had a workplace accident. I slipped on some ice.
Ouch.
And I banged it pretty hard coming down. And I was having trouble with that arm anyway, and it just aggravated it even more. So we'll see what happens. I don't know if I'm going to be going back to work or what the deal is, because the state has their workers' compensation bureau that's supposed to be taking care of the case, and they're fucking things up. So I haven't had any money coming in for the last couple of months. So.
Oh, way, Ragged Coin. Generators and solar power. That's the best way. Lots of windows in your house.
I'm going to hop down.
Okay,
Good night,
Zach.
Zach.
Have a good one, brother.
How come you're not up here, Huck? I got the first sign of old age coming to me. I had to go on a cholesterol pill. Getting old sucks. I need to find that fountain of youth. Anybody know where's to?
Yeah. Oh. Howdy,
I
bud.
haven't seen Allison B on in almost a year. I should message
Neither
her.
have I. I think she took a break. The last that I saw her, she was coming back from out west, and she did a couple streams like in downtown Detroit, and I think maybe Chicago. I know her Discord's still active, but I haven't seen her do anything live, and yeah, it's been at least 6 months.
Hi, Jen. Nice to see you.
Hi. Mayor of Peckerwood Heights.
I don't know what happened to Sing. His mic's off. He must have company.
But if it doesn't, don't come. I'm like, it's not worth it.
Sorry, guys. I'm on a call. I'll be right back.
Either with one on
Okay.
nine and
Well, I thought I'd just come up here for a little bit, hang out with you
Yeah,
guys.
same here. Not going to be here super long.
I can't. I don't know what's gotten into me. I've been feeling really tired and trying to go to sleep early so I could not feel tired, you know? I don't know if it's a weather change or what.
Not enough sun.
That
That could be.
real quick around here. Yeah.
Oh, we're getting this cloud rain 5 days straight.
We had the second day in a row of 80-degree temperatures. Another day coming. It's sunny. Ah,
Oh,
It's been-
shush.
I know. I almost feel guilty for saying it. Yeah.
It was snowing
everybody-
yesterday. It was a bit of rain and snow and then rain.
Right.
We've been dry and windy. And that's what everybody keeps calling me now for, to make sure my place wasn't one of them that burnt down in this last fire that got close.
Oh, wow. Right.
I guess there was like 10 houses that got caught in it out in the country. So not good.
Crazy shit.
What, in the wildfire?
Yeah, on the plains, on the northeast plains out here, we had 3 different ones.
Oh, you guys been getting rain at all over there?
No, tonight we're supposed to. We got a thunderstorm here right now. Down south, they don't. The other one's close to my sister, the other fire, and they just have the wind. They don't have any storm system moving through, so hopefully it pushes down there and gives them some rain. They've got the one by me under control, but the one down by them, the firemen have been out there since 12:30, and they're even calling front range fire departments in to try to help. They can't get it under control with the wind.
Have they determined the cause?
Not yet. The one here was a down power line, but the one down
that's
there,
what
I
they
haven't
said about
heard
the
anything.
state of California, and then turn around and the fucking professors were running around setting the fires.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Colorado's known for having a very progressive college system.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt it, because out here we're very, very conservative. So this would be the area they'd try to do it at.
Yeah, I call those people eco-terrorists.
They are.
They are. Yep.
They literally are.
They're causing more damage than anything else with those fires, the ones that are doing that. I think they should see life in prison.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I hear raindrops. Woohoo. Yeah, Bill, we haven't had any moisture for probably, God, at least 7 weeks now.
Well, it's supposed to rain till in late in the morning tomorrow. It's supposed to rain all night, but it's just tinkling. I mean, it's not like a serious rain. We don't have enough moisture to get us out of this extreme catastrophic drought they keep saying we're having. So
yeah, well, we see glimpses to where we'll hit a couple months where it'll be really good, and then it'll fall into 3 months of nothing. And it's the weirdest drought I've ever seen.
yeah, I have no idea.
Yep.
Oh, Jen must push the wrong button.
Oh, I'm really hoping we start seeing some more rain soon, because this time of year is when we really get our rain.
Well, we needed to soften up the soil so I could get my soil turned over.
Soften up the soil, and a lot of young wheat coming up right now. We're not going to have very good wheat crops if it doesn't start raining soon. All this wind drying it out and burning it with no rain. Not good.
Yeah, we are in extreme drought conditions out west out here where
Yeah.
I'm at.
I'm telling you, they need to start planting trees like crazy, doing some grid, still farming, but in between the farm ground, planting trees. Otherwise, we're going to turn into a desert if we're not careful.
Yep.
Is that a turkey feather?
No, that's a rooster feather.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Something your rooster.
Right. It's one of a dozen that's all we have left of the rooster we just got. Yeah. But Bill, you this kind of feather you kind of need, right?
What? You kind of broke up there.
These are the kind of feathers you need for your lures and stuff, right?
Yeah. I need those. Exactly those.
Yeah. Rock on. What? Right.
Yeah,
How many we got?
The down part of it I use, and the tail part of it I use. Those are perfect feathers for what I do.
All right. I don't know how to pack them without. I mean, I guess you could air up a Ziploc kind of thing, and so they don't get crushed too much. I got a couple bubble things. I'm just trying to figure out how we would ship them.
I would suggest putting them between 2 layers of cardboard to keep them flat.
Just put them in a manila envelope.
Yeah. I got the bubble lined envelopes. Well,
Yeah. You lay them in there flat, and they'll be okay.
All right.
Probably in a Ziploc, like Canoes is saying, if you got like a sandwich bag or Ziploc baggie or something.
Yeah.
They don't need. Just lay them flat in a. maybe not even a manila envelope, maybe just a regular mail out envelope.
I got
If it's
some.
just-
We got a bunch of black ones still. Don't.
I use black ones. I
Yeah.
wish I knew how to dye them.
Well, you don't have to dye them if we can get the right colors for you.
Yeah.
But dyeing them is just a simple. It's simple. It's like tie dye. You know what I'm saying? You just have to fuzz them back out.
Yeah, the fuzzy part, they have a different application than the longer stem on the end of the feather. I use that in a different application. Usually,
Didn't you ever have feathers hanging from your rearview mirror on a roach clip?
oh yeah, I
Okay.
had a
They were
feathered
all
earring.
different colors. They didn't come in those yellows and pinks and purples.
I had a feathered earring back in the early '80s when I got my ear pierced over in Germany.
I don't know nothing about that shit, man.
Yeah, I
What
got
was
my
that?
back then. It was cool to have one your left ear pierced.
Yeah, left is wrong. Or right is wrong. Yeah. Yeah, right is wrong. Yeah.
What?
Now, that's your left ear if you do get. But that's what we started with. If anybody passed out drinking, they got their left ear pierced. If they did it twice, you got your right ear pierced.
I had some guy pull his earring out of his ear. We were in a guest house drinking beer, and we had steins, and I'd had a few beers, and he's like, I just said, "That's a cool earring," and he goes, "You want it?" I said, "Why?" And he says, "Well, you can have it if you want it." I said, "Sure, but my ear's not pierced." And he says, "Oh, we can take care of that right now." And he punched that sucker right in through my ear, and I kept on drinking.
Oh shit!
It was a black onyx studded earring.
Oh well.
And then after that, after the piercing healed up and I didn't need to keep the stud in there anymore, I used to tie dental floss so I wouldn't get in trouble, in formation or whatever. I tied dental floss in my ear, and just to keep it from closing up.
Oh yeah.
When I was on duty, yeah. And then when I got off duty, I put this. I made a feather earring with the same kind of feathers like that, some brown and black and what have you.
Oh, you went all the way with it, huh?
I had that feathered earring. I would go walking downtown with my beret, a Dutch Army beret, and my freaking earring. That was my thing, It was back in the early '80s. Cowboy boots. Germans would look at me like, "Dave, Dutch Army beret? Yeah, I don't like Germans." No, but it was a brown beret. That's what the Dutch Army was wearing at the time. I got it from a friend who was in the Dutch Army. He gave it to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't buy it there. There's a cool place. I think it's in Frankfurt that we used to go to. It was called the NATO shop. And they had all kinds of camos and stuff there. I used to buy all kinds of crap when I go there to Frankfurt.
Oh yeah, Frankfurt, Nuremberg, and yeah, been to Nuremberg a few times.
I went to Frankfurt.
Called Dienstadt a lot, so that's where the club, the movie was.
Frankfurt is pretty much the town that I really got to know, though. And Hanover. I spent some time in Hanover.
München. I love München.
Never made it there.
Never went to Oktoberfest, huh?
No,
Never went
not
to
in Munich. We had an Oktoberfest. They had beer tents right in the town I was in, and we had Volksmarches and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
I got my little Volksmarch pin.
You know,
It's
that
like-
whole place, when I was there in the 80s, that whole place turned to old world Germany right in front of your eyes, man. Like you're walking through an old Disney cartoon kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? That whole thing. The garb, the dress, everything, the way they dress.
Yeah.
And, I mean, it's so awesome. It's like the whole town dresses up like they did like 500 years ago. You know what I'm saying?
Huh. Yeah, I never got to see it.
Wow. And this stubby old stocky lady walks out with 10 2-liter mugs in her hand as she passes them out to the people who, you know what I'm saying, customers and stuff.
We had that too at our beer fest.
Man, they wasn't much to look at, but you was always happy to see them. You know? But yeah.
No, I saw girls that look like right out of the Alps of Switzerland at the beer fest in my town that I
With the
was in.
Lederhosen. Yeah.
Yeah, but it was the girls with the corsets and everything, and looked like
And
they
that's
were
how I met Gretchen.
Gretchen. Yeah, Gretchen. Oh,
And she was hot. Yeah. So she was one of my girls. I took her home and introduced her to Susan. They hit it off quite well. But that was Europe in the 80s. Yeah.
Well, we're actually getting rain with this thunder this time.
that's good.
I know the wind, we had some gusts coming through here just a little bit ago. It was pretty interesting.
Hi, Timmy.
Oh, I'm not even looking at the chat. Oh my gosh, I'm neglecting my duties.
Hi, Kimmy.
Hey,
Huckleberry, where are you going? Oh, Ragged. Ragged, you pansy, get back here. It's that
he's all
British
butthurt
side.
from, dude, but he's all fucked up because of his house situation now. You know?
What happened?
They've effectively condemned his house.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Granted, it's 400 years old, and it's the foundation is falling away. And he lives on the cliffs of Dover. In fact, he mentioned that his shed fell off the cliff.
Right. I remember that. It like literally got blown off the freaking cliff.
Yeah. So yeah, he's like, they're like, you can't live there no more. Your shit's getting ready to fall into the fucking ocean, be part of the beach down below. Yeah, kind of thing.
It could happen while he's asleep.
No sex
Yeah.
stories, blah blah blah. What is up? She's in a mood tonight, man. I'm serious. What's going on, Huckleberry? Grab a link. Come on up. Tell us all about it.
Blah blah blah.
Oh, shit. I guess we got a lightning strike fire just south. Hey, I'll be right back. I'm going to go check, see what's going on.
You got it. You got it.
What is a blah anyway?
A blah blah blah. I don't. It's an indescript word. As being spoken by somebody that's not being paid attention to.
Hi, Nightingale.
What's up, Nightingale?
Hey, Nightingale, how you doing? Hey, you guys got to give us a pre-show tease for ladies' night tomorrow night. Is it tomorrow night?
No, ladies' night is Sunday night.
I mean, I'm already into Saturday. Sorry, I don't know what I'm on. I got so much shit to do. I didn't get anything done on the concrete forms today, so I guess I'm back on that as soon as I get down.
Hey, Zoom. Nice to see Zoom in here.
Yeah, Zoom. It's not ladies' night. Can't come up. Nah.
That's right. Yeah, yeah.
Bullshit. Bullshit. I call bullshit.
No, maybe she shouldn't come up until ladies' night.
No, don't say that. She was coming up like, like every third night and stuff. Yeah, no. She for a while there, she was doing pretty good. And then she got I don't know. She won't come up.
I don't know. Huckleberry.
Oh, fire in the bowl.
You can come up anytime you like, Huckleberry.
I think she got mad with me telling girlfriend stories of her.
Ooh, she's gonna have a rodeo. Nightingale's having a rodeo.
Rock on. Well, thank you. Hell yeah. Rock on. That sounds like a lot of fun. How you doing, Kimmy?
Okay. All right. I'm not excellent.
Now,
Okay. I'm doing pretty good.
Are you bored of me, Huckleberry? Do I bore you?
no, she's bored of my girlfriend stories.
Oh,
Jealous.
I think they're funny.
I know, right? I don't go into no gushy details.
What you
But I've been
wearing
with a few
tonight,
girls.
Will?
Do what?
What you wearing tonight?
Can hardly make out what you're saying.
What are you wearing tonight? I'm trying to read your shirt.
Oh, this is a stupid shirt. It's just
well, I remember when they were saying degrading things about the Border Patrol that was on horseback. Because they don't like cowboys. The left does not like cowboys. They made that clear. Made it clear. Drew your line in the sand. Damn it.
it gets above 80 degrees, Kimmy. I'm wearing linen, white linen shirt. Yeah, because I got to work outside, so white works well. Linen works well, breathes really easily, and you don't sweat so bad. You don't get overheated. So
It's just I ain't been watching you guys. I ain't been watching you guys for a while.
Yeah, flannel season is over. Okay, at least for the time being. If it gets above, it ain't getting below 60 tonight. I don't think. Hold on a second. Yeah, we got a low of 65 tonight. So flannel is out until it reaches 40 again. Yeah, we're okay.
I can't show my face.
You can't show your face.
No. I don't want you to get a strike against the channel.
Oh my
What's
lord!
up?
Hey, what's up, Jake?
Nothing much. Just eating donuts. What's up? How you guys doing?
Doing great. Doing great.
Hey, was you how? Let me rephrase the question because I was on here earlier.
Hey, Lisa. Welcome
Hi,
in.
Lisa.
This is a good show. This is a good show.
Well, thank you.
Sorry, I didn't want to use any foul language.
I don't give a fuck.
It's a fucking awesome show.
Yeah, you know.
It's a damn good show. It's a damn good show.
Well, now you're talking.
Sorry, I watched this. One of my friends got me to watching this place that these twins that say it's a damn good. This is a damn good show. Sorry.
But I'm just my head's all wrapped around getting this greenhouse built, get that garden built, get that garden. It's that time. It's got to be happening now. I got starts that are already 6-7 inches tall, ready to go in the ground.
I seen that video today.
Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is the name of your channel, Wizard?
Wizard of Oz YouTube channel.
Okay.
Yep. I think you bookmarked it the other day. I gave you the link.
I didn't think you. We checked because I have a attention span of a pea.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's all good.
Dude, if my head wasn't screwed on, I would lose that too. So.
All right, I put it in chat here, and I'm putting it in private chat on StreamYard, so you can check it out.
Okay. Thank you.
There you go.
Hey, I'm sorry. I have issues with if my head wasn't screwed on, I would lose that too.
That sounds like half the people I know. The other half are looking for their head.
Hey, I like these gardens you were doing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sinuses are acting up.
I was going to take a video of the trailer I loaded up today with 12-foot pallets, and it was loaded to the brim, dude.
What is this? Sorry, someone just posted a link.
That was me.
No, Batoon Mash.
Oh, BlackstoneProducts.com. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh shit! Sing dropped out. Or who was
And
that?
Bill.
Who dropped out?
Bill.
Wow, Bill. But anyway, yeah, the whole thing we were. What was I talking about? Because I still had something I wanted to say.
I think you were talking about your garden. You wanted to do a trailer video?
No, I'll be making videos of that stuff. But I wouldn't. I just loaded up. I loaded up my trailer with 12-foot pallets today, Bob. Randy helped me unload it and set it up, stored it. But yeah, I got all that taken care of today. Got a bunch of stuff. We got to go back out because while I was out picking up pallets, I found a guy that has about 7 or 8 sliding glass patio doors that were removed, their frames and stuff.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm gonna use them on the greenhouse. So I got to go pick those up.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, there's like 8. You know the sliding glass doors.
Yeah.
Big ones. Yeah, yeah. He's got like 8 of them, and so I'm gonna go pick all those up. And there's like 3 or 4 windows that are big picture window kind of things. And
Oh,
he said he was trying to sell them. They're good windows and everything, screens and all. You know, frame. They're ready to put in a hole. He said, but he was trying to sell them and couldn't sell them. He was just throwing them away. So I asked him to put a hold on it, and I'll be by probably Sunday to get them. So
God provides.
I know, right? I got a glass wall on my greenhouse already. That there's enough doors there that I could probably do the whole front side where the front doors towards the house will be. Yep. So I'll be able to do that front side of the greenhouse
Fire in the bowl.
with big glass.
Somebody wants to
Fire in the bowl. Hey, Hawk. Rock on, buddy. What's happening?
Nice to meet you, Kimberly. Nice to meet you.
I see you. You could also
Oh shit, wrong one.
use.
I got the.
You could also use the glass to put on like the side of the dog kennels for winter.
Right. I can get the sides on that too. So, but yeah, no shit.
You guys actually taught me a new acronym today. Fire in the bowl. FITB. Fire in the bowl.
And the FTMFB is fire in the motherfucking bowl.
Yeah.
All right. So fire in the motherfucking bowl.
Hey, that
Yeah.
I got something. I gotta go get it.
Are you okay, Canoe?
Yeah, I'm looking at some news articles. Just concentrating on a different screen.
I gotta. What do you guys think about? What do you guys think about what happened with Johnny Depp? Johnny Depp and Amber Heard case, the defamation case.
I don't pay attention to any of the Hollywood fuckers.
No.
Yeah. I was gonna say, Canoes, you got anything piquing your interest?
The Navy wants to retire all their cruisers within the next 5 years. That's kind of significant.
What are they getting replaced with?
Well, they're talking about launching a new craft of frigates, which I don't know. That doesn't make sense to me.
What the frick? Sorry, I didn't want to cuss.
Crickets.
What the frick is
frigates? A frigate. It's a naval vessel. It's okay. Size-wise, cruisers are pretty big. Destroyers are a little bit smaller than a cruiser, and frigates are a little bit smaller than a destroyer. And they just launched a whole class of basically frigate-sized ships, all within the past 15 years, and they want to scrap them all because they're garbage. They weren't made right. They got too many problems.
And who made them?
A couple different companies here in the U.S. Marionette Marine up in Marquette, Wisconsin. Austell down in Mississippi, and I think
Biloxi
one or
or
two.
Gulfport?
Yeah, I think Bath Iron Works up in Maine might have made some of them.
Hey, by the way, I live in Mississippi.
Yeah,
I love my state. Sorry.
polar bear attack. Happy birthday.
I didn't like how what Brett Favre did to my state.
Wiz is getting attacked by what puppy?
Yeah. What's the name of the dog? The doggo.
I don't know which one that is.
And his
I can't
he's
see a
muted.
collar his head.
Yeah, Wizard, your mute's muted if you didn't
Wiz,
know.
what puppy you got?
That was Prince, and he's a baby. He's only 8 months old.
8 months old
That
and
was
he's
Prince.
big. Hey,
Yeah.
I actually had a blue healer. I had a blue healer. That dog loved to eat shit. Sorry for the language.
What, Kimmy?
Says he's is he bigger than Ranger now? Pretty close to it.
He's pretty close to Ranger size, yeah. Yeah, he's probably going to end up being bigger than Ranger.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I gotta go, guys. Thank you for letting me come on again. Sorry.
All right, man. Rock on.
All right,
I'll
I
be
will
in
talk
chat.
to you guys. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. If you do a stream
Cool.
tomorrow night, I might be coming back on tomorrow night.
Rock on. Well, thank you very much, and
Yeah.
thanks for coming up.
Thank you so much, and have a blessed night. Sorry for saying that.
You got it, man.
Bye.
You have a blessed night too.
The new female we bought in Mercy United Pups last time. This was the first litter. She was very on the church for being a vehicle before they finally called me. Oh wow! Hey Lisa. Hey, well, rock on, Hawks. We just got the new mama dog. She's AKC registered, purebred, Anatolian Shepherd. She's white with brindle spotted areas. Yeah. If you look at the video, she's in some of the videos. Yeah, I hope everything's going well. Did the pups all make it? Hawks. Come on, grab a lead, bro. Come on up and talk to us. Lost the speak of the pups. Hell yeah. Well, 8 little miracles. Nana, I was going to say with Nana. but no, so they're going to replace them with frigates.
Well, that's what it sounds. It's the Navy. They're constantly changing their plans. You know, because just like a year and a half ago, they were talking about bringing back some of the old frigates that they had decommissioned back. You know, within the last 15 years, they're still, you know, mothballed and everything.
Right.
Oliver Hazard Perry class. They don't know what they want to do. Half the problem is because of, it's fucking Biden running everything, so they don't have the money to upkeep shit like they would under Trump. So,
well, with the DO systems, is there really a need for a Navy? I mean, with the way they can surveil, you know what I'm saying? And then you got space-based weaponry, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, there was talk. I mean, okay, one of the platforms that they've been looking at, as far as weapons capability, they wanted something that could handle a lot of missiles. So they were talking just a couple of years ago about, buying basically like freighters, traditional style cargo ships, and just loading vertical launch missile cells all throughout the deck of the ship. So like each ship would, have like 200 or 300 missiles on it.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Navy's always goofy like that, trying to look at all different kinds of options as far as saving money and shit.
Right.
And hell, it's taken them over 10 years just to get that one new aircraft carrier running. I guess that thing finally passed its sea trials.
Do you think maybe on some of the stuff they're purposely screwing up because of the president? He won't have nothing good to fight back with to make him look bad?
Nah, I think there's too many good people in the Navy that wouldn't, fuck over the Navy, like that.
Right.
I mean, granted, there are a lot of kiss-ass yes men that do whatever Biden wants them to do in the military, but
yeah, that's every.
I don't think it extends that far down the line. I hope it doesn't.
Oh, it just seems like lately here you've been talking, it's been a lot of screwed up products. It's the reason why I kind of thought maybe that way.
Okay, like with that aircraft carrier, it's taken so long because they're trying to incorporate new technology into it. It's the first time they're ever using some of this shit. So, there's obviously going to be trial and error and time to work out all the kinks and the bugs and everything. But it's taken forever. Like, they couldn't even get the fucking plumbing to work. So, like, half the toilets on the ship were overflowing.
Oh, wow.
The big ass elevators that they used to move all the missiles and the bombs from like inside storage areas deep in the ship up to the flight deck. They couldn't get those elevators to work for years. Now that's finally supposedly fixed. They're using like the catapults that they use to launch the planes. Like they have always been steam powered. Now they're switching over to an electromagnetic system, and that took them a couple years to get that thing straightened out.
Wow. Well, you know what time it is, right?
Time to do whatever you want.
It is time for pie time.
I'll eat my ice cream.
Did you say ice cream?
Yeah, I ate ice cream with chocolate syrup on it.
There you go.
There you go. That's cool.
It's time for me to spark the bowl.
Well, I figured we had 9 minutes.
Hey, I'm not
My
coming.
bad.
Hawks wants to smoke, so I'll smoke with him.
Rock on.
Oh, yeah.
I'll smoke with you. I'm still gonna eat my pie though.
Wednesday night, the 420
I
show.
got your blueberry pie.
Nope. Peach. Nope. What you were saying?
Peach
It is.
pie.
When we did the Wednesday show for 420, after we shut down the stream, I stayed up late and got pretty hammered.
Oh wow.
And so yesterday was like just an all-day hangover.
Oh wow.
Yeah, yesterday. That's why I wasn't here yesterday, because I was just like,
My bad. My bad. Yeah. Oh. Who is that priest? Who is your priest?
I think half the problem was I didn't eat before I started drinking Wednesday. I decided to just drink until I was shit-faced, and then I ate before I went to bed. And then I woke up like 5 hours later. I'm like, oh man. And I didn't just like have a snack. I made a full breakfast.
Oh wow. You didn't throw it up, did you?
Later in the day, I threw up the sausage. The eggs and the potatoes stayed down, but there was too much, fat.
Right.
It just didn't sit well. Oh. And I'm not one to eat eggs all that often, but I made, just 3 eggs, like over medium.
Right.
It was damn tasty.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I did way fire in the bowl, and I slept. When I finally went to bed, I slept.
Yeah, I slept pretty good. Mm.
Now, tomorrow, my daughter and her husband is going to go get a grandson, and he gets to come and spend tomorrow night with us.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so that means I will be on again for Saturday. Because
you can or can't?
We gotta. I can't on Saturday. I can on Sunday. Though.
All right. Well, that's more important than Sunday night ladies.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying because we gotta watch him real close on getting on the internet until he actually gets to come home and stay home.
Right. Hey, sing
because
back.
I guess there's a girl that rides his bus, and none of the boys at the home is allowed to associate with her because she's bad. She gets them in trouble.
Oh wow.
Hi, Kimmy.
Hello, Sing.
Oh, that's not what I wanted to do.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Me and my daughter got some shapes for your cookies for your crayon cookies, but when she went down to get you your crayon gum,
Yeah.
they didn't have no more.
Oh, yeah. See, I'm telling you, that stuff's popular. Crayons.
All right, Hawk.
Hi,
Rock on. Thanks for dropping in, man. Fire in the boat.
We've got about a block over from my house. I'm like right on the edge of town. We've got the entire, even the bigger, we've got a bigger town of about 20,000, 25,000 to the west of us. We got their fire department lining the side of town now. We had a lightning strike right to the edge of town that started a big old fire.
Holy shit.
oh,
Colonel Shaw.
Hey, Colonel
is
Shaw.
nice.
Rock and
Hey,
roll.
Shaw.
Salute.
Colonel.
Yeah, it's like 8 fires today, pretty much within a few hours of each other. It does seem kind of weird.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
I'm just skeptical all the time about that kind of shit now.
yeah, well, after those people got busted trying to start them, and some people got busted here in Colorado too. They're catching them with homemade like these firework things that would just shoot a little torch out for like 20 minutes.
Right. Road flare kind of shit.
Yep.
Yep.
And they're throwing them into brush areas up in the mountains here.
So I remember like 10, 15 years ago, you guys had a group of people that torched like some resort up in the mountains. Like, I don't know if it was a ski resort or a hotel resort or something, but, multi-million-dollar property that was like half built.
Hey.
Yep. It was I know exactly which one you're talking about. It was a big, they made it look like a log, or it was all made out of logs, kind of like log cabin style, and it had all the varnish, and that thing went up like gasoline.
Yeah, I think it was that group that they call themselves ELF, the Earth Liberation Front.
Yeah.
They're kind of, I'm pretty sure they're like classified by the FBI as a, legitimate domestic terror, organization.
Yeah. And the funny thing is they try to make it sound like they're trying to teach us a lesson against driving our big pickups.
Yeah.
Oh, it's rules for thee, not for me.
Right. And if I don't drive my pickup, you're not getting your house built. So how do you like that?
You shouldn't drive your SUV so I can fly this jet.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. It's not like I'm taking a private jet to Europe every week, for crying out loud. I'm driving maybe 50 miles in a pickup.
Yeah, that kind of shit pisses me off. You motherfuckers out here want us to change light bulbs in here. You're lighting up fucking stadiums for your stupid ass talk.
Yep. It's so ridiculous. They're hypocrites. They do more polluting, and then they've got like 20 mansions. That's extreme, but a lot of them have 2 to 3 mansions that they heat, cool, and everything all year round.
Yeah. East Coast, West Coast.
Right. And a lot of them are right in the center here in Colorado.
Fire in the bowl.
Got all kinds of fancy vehicles that they drive around.
Yep.
Oh shit! I got to reload. Sorry. Oh.
With a lot more cylinders and a lot worse fuel mileage than my pickup. But they all go out and buy one Tesla. They never drive it, but they go out and buy one Tesla, and all of a sudden they're virtue signaling.
Yeah, that's all it is. It sits in the garage.
Yep.
Cool toy. Cool.
Yep. It comes out for a photo shoot to make them look good.
Yeah. Now, if they wanted a cool shot of something that would be cool from Tesla, it would be the original Roadster before fucking Elon Musk got it.
Right. Yep. That's kind of one of those funny things that, I mean, I like Elon Musk, but he's considered this genius for Tesla. He did not create Tesla. He bought Tesla.
Yep. From the original creators, and then he took it over from there.
Yep.
The only thing Tesla about the vehicle he puts out is the motors that turn the wheel.
And don't get me wrong, he's an intelligent man for business wise, but I don't see how they automatically, all these places will say, oh, well, he's got to be at least 150 IQ or, you know, this person, well, he made all this money, so he's got to be at least 140 point IQ. It's like, no, the high IQ people are the people that they keep locked away in a research and development area. And they're just able to make money off of the products that they develop.
Yeah. So Edison model.
Yep.
I'm very well familiar.
Yep. And who was it Edison tried to keep in the little room working for him?
That's one.
Yep. And when Tesla went out on his own, he did everything he could to destroy Tesla.
Yeah, turned him into Frankenstein.
Yep.
Literally, turned him into Dr. Frankenstein. Went around the country using his energy to mutilate animals and electrocute them.
Yep. That's how we got the electric chair. Edison created the electric chair because he was electrocuting animals, and he would even go to zoos and electrocute things like elephants. He did an elephant in New York. He did like tigers. He did stuff like that. He was actually kind of a sicko.
Yeah, and he used the alternating current electricity to demonize the whole process as Tesla.
Yep. And look what we use now.
Everything Tesla.
Yep. I mean, you got to think about it. You know, almost 100 years into the future, if he would have been able to continue developing his ideas, imagine where we would be without the political BS that Edison put him through.
A lot of people forget that Tesla was heavily involved with the Manhattan Project.
Yes. Yes, that was not Einstein. Einstein was behind the 8 ball on that one.
Yeah. Einstein, Tesla, Marconi, Fermi, and
RCA. RCA was a big part of that.
And I may be off on this, but I believe Tesla came up with the theory, or not Tesla. Einstein came up with the theory of splitting an atom, but other people actually did it.
Yeah.
Well, Einstein drew the model.
Yeah.
He drew up the theory, he drew up the mathematics, he drew up the forces and the process.
Right.
All they had to do is put it together.
And to theorize out of the blue, there's no doubt Einstein was a genius. There's no doubt. There's a reason why they based genius off of Einstein's IQ. I do believe in his older life, he said some very unfortunate things that were because of his age, and he was slipping a little bit. But
I don't know. Steve Hawking said some pretty crazy shit before he died.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in his later years, he went around, he was making speeches at colleges, and he was really talking about how he was pushing white people as racist, that it's an inherent, a lot of this PC culture we got now where white people are inherently racist. A lot of that came from Einstein's speeches.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, he made a speech. Look up his speech. It was one of the last speeches he made at Brown University. Apparently, he made several in the later years of his life that was talking about racism being a white man disease and inherently within all white men.
Really? I didn't aware of any of that.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, and I think is what it was is he was very old, and there was some slipping going on, that things he normally wouldn't have said, he was saying. But yeah, if you look up Einstein, and I'm pretty sure it's Brown University speech.
Yeah, no. I'm not interested in it, but yeah, I wasn't aware of it.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, I'm a fan of Einstein. I think it was just he was past his time and maybe shouldn't have been making speeches, because I think that was very divisive and not cool. Not cool.
Yeah, like John too. So he turned into fucking Liberace. That's what he did. Elton John turned into Liberace.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah. I like some of Elton John, a lot of Elton John's music though.
Right. I know. I was saying my first song I can remember liking was Crocodile Rock.
Right. Yep. Right. And see, that's another thing that they think all of us country folk are these, bigoted, racist, everything. I don't care if they're gay. I don't care what color they are. If they're good people, I'll treat them like a good person, and listen to their music. If they're an asshat, then nope.
Dude, two of my godchildren, or two of my adopted boys are black.
Yep.
Okay. 5 of my grandchildren are black. So, it don't, none of that shit fucking phases me.
I've got family members that are Hispanic. I've got family members that are Asian. I've got family members that are black. And I guarantee you talk to them and I treat them no different than any other family member. I've got a family. I'm not.
Don't get me wrong. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I am racist. But the only race here is human. And if you ain't human, we got problems. Okay? The rest of it's all just a breeding thing. Okay? That's the way I look at it. All this stuff about race, well, guess what? There's only one race here. It's the human race. Okay? All the rest of it's bullshit.
I've got a cousin that's not straight. Heck, I still hang out with the guy. I can care. His life choice is not my business.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm a little more libertarian when it comes to all that stuff. You do what you do over there. I'll do what I do over here. If you don't like what I do, fuck away.
Yeah. Just don't try to force me into your,
Right. You keep your shit in your space over there.
Yeah. Over there. You do you, I do me. That's how it should be.
Right. I don't give a fuck what you do.
Yeah, as long as it's not harming me, I could care less.
You want to blow your brains out? Well, guess what? I'm not, sorry to hear that, but
yeah, Yep.
Oh, so you don't like women, so you'll never have children. Well, at the end of your line, and good luck with that.
Yep.
I don't think it's going to work in the long run for you. So have fun. Have fun. Over there.
Just never understood why somebody would use so much energy to go out there and just go against somebody else. You know, it's like, you know, they're not harming you. Why go after them? It's like, I could care less. You know, that person's not harming anybody. Let them do their thing.
Huckleberry says I'm back, but I'll be back again. I need food. Be right back. I need food. Silly rabbit. Hey, Jason, welcome in. It's 6:20 a.m. in the Netherlands. Good time to smoke a bowl.
Colonel Shaw starting his weekend.
Yeah. You can't put seeds in the ground until May. Or put the plants in the garden. Something like that.
Although if construction's going as nuts over there as it is here, Colonel Shaw might be like me, and if he's lucky, Sunday is his weekend.
Oh, yeah?
I can't believe what the cost of everything that people are building, but I think they're seeing the writing on the wall, and the price is going to go up even more. So anybody that was going to build is building now before it goes up anymore. And we've got a lot of people taking out loans, building houses just to sell.
Oh, damn.
Because right now you can build a house around this area for 200, but they could turn around and sell it for almost 300.
Right.
That's why I want to sell my house, get a couple acres, but then my money is going to go right back into just getting that acreage.
Right.
I'm looking at 80 acres right now because I can get 80 acres for around $1,000 an acre.
Right. That's the deal right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember my dad bought this place back in the 90s. $250 an acre.
Wow.
Yeah. About 110 acres. Almost.
I remember right out of high school here, like grassland was like $233 an acre in the 90s. And that was 96.
Right. Now it's worth almost $3,000 an acre.
Yep. It's insane. And it doesn't help that a lot of billionaires are wanting to become farmers now, and they're paying like premium dollar for every acre they're getting. I guess Bill Gates bought, I don't know, something insane like 10,000 acres here in Colorado of farm ground.
Right. But you know what? We don't have any farmland. It's really not any farmable land here. It's all hills, valleys, and ridges. You know what I'm saying? We own the whole valley, and it's a big ass valley, but it's all hillside. It's all ravine or spur. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's a beautiful build spots, but there's not enough for fields.
Yeah. and here it's wide open and flat.
Right.
It's either grassland or farmland.
You want a lake? You're gonna have to dig.
Yeah. Which
A lot of
actually,
digging.
I saw a statistic the other day that surprised me because I thought Nebraska had us beat, but Colorado is actually number 3 for beef production, for cattle ranching. It goes Texas and Wyoming are the top 2, and they're kind of back and forth, neck and neck, and then Colorado's right at number 3.
Say that
But-
again.
On cattle production, on ranch land and cattle production, yeah, we're number 3.
Oh, okay. Okay. Who was number 1? Texas.
Texas is number 1 right now. Texas and Wyoming apparently go back and forth because Wyoming's been really competing with Texas on cattle production,
Good deal. Good deal.
and they've got a large margin separation between them and us.
Yeah, I heard that there was a large buffalo operation and stuff up there in Wyoming as well.
Yep, and we've got one in Colorado where they run. God, I think like something like 5,000 head of. They're not buffalo though; they're called beefalo. They're a cross between Angus and buffalo.
Right. Right.
And it's actually really, really good meat. That beefalo, I think it's better than Angus itself and better than buffalo itself.
I know buffalo's pretty hard to beat.
It's good, but you oughta, if you can find it anywhere, try to find some. It's called beefalo.
I know. Yeah. I know. I haven't never had a chance to get a hold of any, but I heard it's pretty good. But I've had buffalo, and wow. The only thing I can think of is that by combining the two, they get fat in the muscle.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I can think of.
Now,
And buffalo does not have a lot of fat strands in the muscle. It's very, very lean.
I've had buffalo a bunch of times. It's tasty, but it makes me fart like fucking crazy.
Really?
No matter how it's prepared, whether it's just ground or a steak or just eating smokies, makes me fart like crazy.
Buffalo jerky does that to me.
Like okay, this is kind of a funny story. The first time I ever had buffalo, me and my mom were on a little road trip, weekend road trip vacation up in Michigan, and we, on our way heading home at the end of the weekend, we stopped at this little crossroads town that I guess had some historical importance in the past, like for stagecoaches and stuff. And we stopped for lunch at this place called the Stagecoach Inn. And it was an authentic, old-fashioned stagecoach stop that they turned into a bar and restaurant. And I had a buffalo burger. And yeah, it was fucking delicious. And when we left, got back in the car and started heading home, I had dozed off. My mom had to wake me up because I was farting so bad. I was sticking out the car. She's like, I need you to roll down your window. It fucking stinks.
I wonder if part of that's because I know buffalo meat is so insanely lean that it's kind of almost a shock to the system.
Yeah.
The protein, the natural protein in the meat.
And I've always had a goofy digestive system anyway, so.
Nice.
High protein meat will be.
Yeah, because the car that we were driving didn't have power windows or anything, so like she couldn't reach over to roll down my window. It's like, wake up, roll down your window. I'm like, what? She's like, you're farting like crazy. It fucking stinks.
Oh yeah. just like when you go on a loading phase, like if you lift weights and you go on a loading phase and you hit the proteins real hard. Oh my God. It ain't right.
So, but yeah, no shit, man. So how's your fruit trees doing, dude?
Say again?
I was asking Ting how the fruit trees doing.
The fruit trees,
Oh,
they're actually doing really good. I've got a bunch of off the roots. I got a bunch of stems that keep coming off of the trees themselves. So I want to try to get them to go on their own. I can't, I got to take them down so I don't get a bush out of it. For some odd reason, out of the root systems, I keep getting a bunch of little break off little trees coming up.
Right.
But they've grown. Oh, they're probably about 8 foot tall now, and they're dwarfs, so they're not supposed to get more than 12 foot tall. So I'm hoping this year they all bear fruit. And the branches that I thought were dead, I had a guy come in, and he's a tree guy, and we trimmed them back, and I'll be darned if they weren't still alive. It's just he trimmed them back where they needed to be, and they came out of it. So,
oh wow,
yeah. Apparently, if there's a dead spot on them, even if there's a little bit of a live spot, it won't do much until you remove that dead spot.
Okay, all right.
So, and that surprised me. I figured it'd just start springing out new little things. It's like, nope, it'll just keep kind of dying on its way down. But if you cut it off, then it'll put a new little sprig out the end of it, and then start branching out from there. So they're trying.
Right.
I lost all of my heritage raspberries, but I've still got the yellow raspberries. I can't remember what they're called. I've got both of those, but I lost the 4 heritage. My grapes, I've got the Concord, the green, and then the red. And the red, I've only got one of those, but the other 2, I've got both pairs.
Wow.
And the one that's really good is those goji berries. Man, those things took hold, and they love this soil for some reason, and they're going nuts.
So those are a bush?
Yeah, they'll be a bush, like a blueberry bush. And I've got them actually not right next. I've got them in a separate little, I take, those little 3x4 half or partial round red landscaping timbers.
Yeah.
I've got little beds built up about that high around them, and then put mulch over it. And I've got them all in things like that. So they're all these rectangle things going along, except for the trees are in one big rectangle.
Right.
And I apparently killed my rhubarb. I didn't know that was even possible, and I don't know what I did, but my rhubarb died.
Oh shit.
And around here,
Invasive.
what's that?
I said that shit's usually invasive. You have to cut that shit back to get rid of it.
Right. And here it grows like a weed. You got to actually be careful so it doesn't take over your yard. And I don't know how I did it, but I transplanted it last year and it did fine. And this year it's just dead.
it might be some plant disease. Because that's kind of rare for rhubarb.
Right.
I got a rhubarb plant that's, at my place that's been growing long before I was born. The thing's probably been there since the 50s.
Yeah. And I always thought they're pretty much indestructible. So I wonder if it is, because I do know that before fall, it started getting a hard yellowing to the leaves.
That sounds like a plant disease.
Yeah, I wonder if it got something.
You have a ground pest that ate it. That ate the root.
That wouldn't surprise me, because I've been fighting night crawlers.
I don't know if night crawlers would eat root.
No, they eat dirt.
They filter dirt. Yep.
Yeah, true. And really, the only problem I've had with them is my lawn. They make it lumpy. I did not pee on it, Huckleberry.
You should have peed on it. No. I know Jimmy was telling us to pee on it. Remember? Jimmy's like, you should go out and piss on your plants. It'll make them grow better. I'm like, Jimmy, I'm not going out and pee on my plants. He goes, yeah, it works great, man. Just like,
The ammonia will kill whatever's growing, even just plain grass.
you know.
There is a funny story beyond that, though. And apparently, wild roses, it will not kill, because out my back door at my old house had a little batch of wild roses, and I'd always go out the back door and be out there. And gee, at Christmas, we could not get rid of those things after a while. So nothing else grew around there, but those things took off.
Right. That's crazy. Oh, man.
Can't remember. I'm looking up the name of that other bush, and I'm worried that it did something to the soil because it's right next to the rhubarb, and it's some type of African berry bush.
No, I'm thinking some kind of grub or beetle or something like that, underground stuff.
Yeah, my best advice, that whole area with those trees and bushes and stuff, get yourself some nematoids.
Okay.
Beneficial nematoids, and get them into the soil, and they'll kill whatever's going after your plants, underground.
Yeah, you can buy them on eBay, dude.
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah.
Walmart sells them. You can get them in pretty much any garden center, nursery.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No.
There's hundreds of outfits that sell them online, plant companies and online nurseries. Amazon will have them.
All right. I am actually making a note of that in my other phone here. Nema, as in NEMATOIDS.
I think it might be TODES.
Okay. I'll put a slash and put
NEMATODE. Yeah.
DE. Okay. Nematoid. Okay. Okay. I got that corrected, and I found
What's
it.
up, Diesel?
Even Amazon has them.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was looking at, and Amazon's got them. But yeah, I didn't know Lowe's had them.
Oh, the goji berry or the African. Okay, what the heck is that other thing I planted?
Acacia.
No.
Acacia berries.
Jostaberry. Jostaberry.
Oh, man. They used to have a beverage back in the 90s. It was called Josta. And it came in like a 20-ounce bottle. And it was a high caffeine alternative to Coca-Cola. Didn't taste anything like Coke. It actually kind of tasted like Dr. Pepper with a little bit of coffee in it. And that shit, Josta is like nature's best form of caffeine. That shit will wake you up and keep you going.
That's good to know. Well, hey, I can use it. Hey, Diesel. Peelicious roses. But yeah, that Jostaberry is the one that's right by the rhubarb, and I'm hoping you say it's like kind of a natural stimulant then?
Yeah.
For waking up. Yep. I wonder if it kind of did something to the soil a little bit, or took something out of the soil.
It was only around for maybe 8 years commercially. And I think the government stopped sales on it because the caffeine content was so high, kids were getting fucked up by it and shit. And they drink 4 or 5 bottles of it a day, and they just they'd have adverse effects from it.
No. God, what was that? What was that cola that we used to have in the 90s? Oh, it was Pure Energy.
Balls.
That's one of them. The one of God, what is it?
I like balls. It was expensive though.
Let's see.
Jolts. Jolt.
Jolt.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, they've got Josta and Jolt. Josta drink and Jolt drinks were two of the highest energy drinks in the 90s, creating super hyperactive and incredible annoying children for an entire decade.
Yep.
Yeah, we used to stay awake all night drinking Jolt Cola, playing video games.
Yeah, me and my sister would drink Josta, and like on the weekends when my dad had custody of us, and he'd have visitation every other weekend, and my mom wouldn't buy the stuff, and my dad would let us buy it, and he always wondered like how we were able to stay up like the entire fucking weekend. It's like because we're fucking on speed, liquid speed.
Exactly
Basically what it was.
Yep. Hey, Lisa. Oh, and some of that was, I mean, I swear to God, you couldn't even blink on most of it. It was so potent. And the video games, they kept you waking up anyways. But, in the 90s were, was kind of the video game revolution is when it really started getting good graphics. And
I know we had at my high school, we had like Coke machines scattered around the school, and they were always changing what they would sell in there, and like the student body kind of had a say in it. They could make requests, and they would never put any energy drinks in. They kind of stayed away mostly. There was only like one machine in the whole school that had extra soda in it. They were trying to push juice and bottled water and stuff like that. But kids were always asking for Josta and Jolt and all that stuff, and like the teachers were like, nope, it's not good for you.
Yep.
And
my school,
we were having all kinds of problems with kids, falling asleep in class. I don't see why not. Maybe limit it to one a day.
Yeah, those kids wouldn't be blinking, let alone falling asleep.
No, they're probably staying awake all night playing the video games.
Yeah. My school, my junior year, you could get apple juice, orange juice, pineapple juice, or water. They switched all the machines out. They took every soda pop machine out of our school. Even during sporting events, they would not sell soda pop. Got a little crazy. And I mean, well, I was the Mountain Dews and Starburst, or Mountain Dews and Sweet Tart generation. They call us the Mountain Dew and Skittle generation, but we were always here. Mountain Dew and Sweet Tarts is that was our dinner if we're planning on playing video games. I'm amazed any of us had any teeth by the time we were 20.
Right. Lowe's doesn't seem to have nematodes. Nope.
Well, yeah, you could get your veterans discount there.
Zima. I remember that. I had a buddy that drank that all the time.
I used to drink it all the time. I liked it.
Yeah.
And then they brought it back starting about, I'd say 6 years ago. They brought it back for a limited time in the summertime. You could get it for like a couple of months in the summer.
Dude,
And
I still got the stickers.
then they brought it back each following summer for a couple of years, and then they just stopped because it couldn't compete because everybody started on the White Claw craze and all that shit. I don't know how people can drink that stuff.
Here, the summers everywhere. Every cooler is Jack Daniel's coolers. Those little Jack Daniel's coolers you get. That's everything.
Those were popular here, probably 15, 20 years ago. And then they
remember Jolt Cola?
Yeah.
Yeah, all the sugar spikes, caffeine.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I survived high school off of Jolt Cola. Junior high and high school.
I survived, I think my mom would only buy Pepsi to keep around the house. She did like her Pepsi. And I was never much of a fan of Pepsi. So I would buy my own Mountain Dew and Arizona teas.
We got, if we're lucky, we're allowed one soda pop during the day. But usually it was, Friday and Saturday we're allowed soda pop. But sometimes if we're really good, we could get a soda pop during the week, during the day. But most of the time I would, I've had a part-time job since I was in 7th grade, and heck, on the farm, I was farming since I could reach the steering wheel. So I was always making money. So almost all the money I would make would go on chips, candy, and soda pop that I'd hide in my room.
Right.
With my mom, it was more the money thing. Coke and Pepsi, they're premium brands. They're always more expensive than everything else. Now, if we would go somewhere that had a decent, good generic pop, like around here, it's Faygo. She would let us get as much of that as she'd buy. A couple 12 packs when every other week when she did grocery shopping, and she's like, drink as much as you want, and but this is all you're getting for 2 weeks, so make it last.
Yeah. Ours, we got a lot of RC cola because it was cheap.
Yeah, RC. Yeah, we've always had that around here. I mean, I remember back in high school, I could get a 12-ounce can of RC for probably about 35 cents.
Yep.
Out of the machine.
Yep.
The Faygos were only you could find them for $0.25 still back in the 90s.
Yeah. We had Shasta and we had another one. Can't remember exactly right now.
Sierra Mist.
Yeah,
Shasta. Yep, Sierra Mist. And I remember Shasta too. Shasta had a lot of different flavors too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They even did Dr. Pepper flavor.
Was that the one that was called Mr. Pibb?
No,
Mr. Pibb's always been just Mr. Pibb.
Oh, okay.
They still sell it. My store still carries it. It's like a generic
Dr. Pepper.
Dr. Pepper, yeah.
Oh, right.
It's interesting. Yep. It tastes a little bit better than Dr. Pepper, I think, because it has less carbonation.
Right.
Like Dr. Pepper is just so carbonated.
I liked it because that was one of my first childhood memories of drinking soda pop was Mr. Pibb, because they always had, when they used to have street dances and barn dances, well, the kids would get like Mr. Pibb, and that's how I remember Shasta had, like, they had grape, orange, and stuff like that, because they had Shasta and Mr. Pibb and different things like that.
Remember Big Red?
There's still Big Red around here. It's kind of hard to find, but it's available still.
Oh, wow.
Cherokee Red.
I'll be right back.
Too. Shasta was never big. I do remember it back in the 90s.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen it in forever. It just wasn't marketable here.
Right.
What's up, Deer Butch? Yeah, Huckleberry Pib Extra is what they call it now.
I had to give my puppy dog some water. She decided she was hot and needed a drink. And that is her slurping in the background. So she was definitely thirsty.
Right.
Jeez, Molly. Noisy. Didn't take you long. Here. I'm too lazy to go out to the sink, so she's getting bottled water.
Yeah, I just. No, I'm trying to just start working on building my house. Is really what I want to do.
Nice. You've already got the foundation there for it, right?
No.
Oh, you don't? You
No.
gonna mix and pour yourself?
I don't know yet. I might have to. I don't know if I can get a truck back there.
Well, if you buy just the powder, you can get the powder for around $200 a ton, and that 200 or a ton of cement powder, that's gonna freaking do a lot of cement. You'd be able to do your foundation but you'd have to also have the rock hauled in. If you do it, it's a lot more work to it. But if you do it yourself, you're gonna save a crap load of money.
Well, right, yeah. Well, I think it's going to end up being that way because I'm going to be digging out the foundation with my backhoe. I'm going to have a full basement and then some, you know.
Nice. And see here right now, concrete's going for about 140 a yard.
Mm-hmm.
That's
No
just
shit.
God. And I remember even 5 years ago, it was $90 a yard.
Yeah. Well, some of it I'm going to have to do myself. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
But
Yep.
no choice about it because. But anyway, but the basement's going to be kind of an interesting thing. I got a whole section of it, a corner of it, that's going to be a deep freezer.
Oh, I got you.
Right.
Yep. That's what I want to do is a walk-in freezer.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what a lot of people don't realize. You could easily make the unit yourself and then just buy the cooling, the cooling motor that goes up on top.
Right. Well, you put the motor in the. But I want, you know what I want? I want to get a reefer unit.
Oh, off of a truck. Yeah. Yep. And actually,
Runs on natural gas.
Yep. Well, natural gas, and you could get some of them that ran off the diesel of the tank itself off the truck. But
some of them
a lot
are
of
set up for propane too.
Yep.
Or hydrogen.
And that's smart because no electricity needed. And those things will kick out some, because those trailers are not well insulated. So those things kick out some cold air.
They are ammonia refrigerator freezer units.
Nice.
They're ammonia driven.
And I've seen those off of even because they replace them every 5 to 8 years, I think, on those trailers. And I've seen takeoff units that are still functioning that you can buy for under $1,000.
Yeah. And you can get them off of trailers that have been messed up or wrecked or beaten up. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
You can buy a rehab trailer just for the unit. and then
Yep.
scrap the rest of it.
And a lot of times you can buy those wrecked trailers for a few $100.
Yeah, I see them for like $500 and $600.
Yep.
You know, it you
And
know,
it's
it's for a storage box, but that's it. You know,
and it's funny
refrigerator
because
unit works, but we haven't run it.
yeah, and that cooling unit's like a $5,000 cooling unit for the on the cheap side, you know. So
Yeah.
you would think they'd pull it off at least, but no, the insurance gave them a claim on it, so they're selling the whole thing.
Yep, just as it is. You pull it off and stick it on the wall of your basement. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
it's on the outside of the house.
Yeah.
And then you just create a little extra space there where you can walk down and service it. And then you have a floor drain in there. But
Yep.
yeah, you're done.
Well, and it's all you need is a high point, return air, and then kick it out on the lower side, and you're set.
Yeah. Now, the other thing I want to do with this freezer room is I'm not going to have standard refrigerators upstairs at the kitchen. It's going to be right below the kitchen. So there's going to be tubes that come up from the deep freezer into the cold storage boxes that I build into the cabinet. Like you open it up, it's like a cabinet, but it's a refrigerator. The inside's a refrigerator.
Yep.
And you run the 4-inch tube, like PVC, and you thermal treat it like with a Mylar paint or something, so it's refractory. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So it's
Take care of
insulated.
Bill. Yep.
Yeah. Good night. Doing well,
Take care,
Patriot.
bro.
Just to add another layer of insulation as much as you can, type of thing.
Well, right, but it's only coming from the deep freezer to the storage box, and you pipe it up to the top of the cold storage box, and you put a thermostat midpoint that runs a 12-volt fan.
Oh, I got you. Yep.
And you can you set that thermostat to be a freezer, that box is a freezer. You set it to be a refrigerator, it's a refrigerator. You can set it to whatever temperature you want. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And all it does is pull the air from the deep freeze room from the downstairs. You run a 12-volt fan occasionally, and your refrigerators and freezers are running off the same system that's keeping your deep freeze frozen.
Nice.
Yeah. The return lines, you just simply put a dryer unit on it so it doesn't pump moisture into your freezer, and you're good to go.
Yep. Nice. Yeah, I like that idea. I never even thought about that. I like that.
Yeah. It's
And
that.
especially where you're off grid, that's the perfect route. I mean,
And then you got all the refrigeration you want. All you got to do is pipe it out.
yeah. And if you got a well insulated house for what those kick out, you could probably keep your whole house at that temperature if you wanted to. Like I say, those trailers that they keep they keep those things around 20 degrees. They are maybe at the most of insulation. They've got an inch of insulation around those things. And the ceilings usually have none, if any.
Well, but those trailers still keep that food frozen. I don't care if it's 100 degrees outside.
Yeah. Yep.
And we're talking about a 50-foot trailer,
right?
48 or 50,
and everything so you can imagine if in the back of that 50-foot, if it's staying frozen, that thing at the front of that trailer is kicking out some serious cold air. When I was in high school, I worked at a grocery store stocking shelves and unloading trucks. You crawl into just the refrigeration ones, and you got to put your jacket on in the middle of summer or a coat because you will freeze, and thick gloves. Canoe.
I worked in a grocery store too, and it wasn't even just the trucks, like the actual freezer storage area in the grocery store. Yeah, you needed like a full weight winter coat to work in there if you're doing inventory or making orders and stuff. And you had to take a break, every 10, 15 minutes so your face wouldn't freeze.
Yep.
Those things were cold.
I remember during the hot summer, we'd get there after going to school, we got work release. We'd walk because they wouldn't let us take our cars. We had to walk to our jobs. So we had to leave our cars parked at school because we could drive there and then drive them off after school hours, but we could not leave during school hours, even though we were going on work release. So we had to walk to the job. So when we get there, it was hot. That's the first thing we'd do is step into the cooler for about 10 seconds and then go to work.
Wow. Right.
Yeah.
And that's all the more you wanted.
Yeah. My store up the street here, in the middle of the summertime, I 5-minute walk to work. And if it was hot in the summertime, first thing I did when I clocked in, I'd walk in the beer cave for about 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah.
And shake my shirt, get some air circulating. Because 5 minutes in the heat out here, you can get drenched in sweat sometimes.
Right. Hey, I gotta go manage puppies and stuff like that. So I gotta shut down the generator too. So, all right, guys. God bless you all. I'll see you guys. You gonna keep it going for a while?
Yeah, a couple more minutes.
All right, man. God bless you all.
Yeah,
see you all tomorrow.
Peace, brother.
Rock on.
Take care, man.
You know it, man. I'll talk to you soon.
Right on. Yeah, talking about that Jolt Cole and stuff. God, that brought back some memories.
I remember, I vividly remember spending lots of weekends over here at my dad's place, drinking Josta and playing Sega Genesis and old DOS games on my dad's computer for hours and hours.
Yep. God, I remember, those computer games. And then some of the, my uncle had some, and I used to love going to his house to play those video game or the computer games. He had a flight simulator.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we had.
And now I'm sure, younger people with the video games now would think it was a joke because it wasn't much to it. You basically,
dude, there are channels on YouTube that are devoted strictly to that. They bring in a bunch of teenagers and have them play around with old 90s and 80s tech. They're fucking hilarious.
They can't figure it out.
Yeah, they're like, I saw one the other day where they brought out the original Nintendo Entertainment System, the NES, with the original Mario Brothers and Duck Hunt on it. And it took these kids almost 10 minutes to figure out how to get it started.
Right.
And they're like, what is it a toaster?
The funniest thing
is,
yeah. The funniest thing I've seen is there's a gas station. It's in a little tiny town close by here, and it still has the old gas thing where you pull the gas nozzle off the side, and you got to turn that thing clockwise. Half a turn to get. Watching those kids try to put gas in, I'll be like, okay, you want to fill it up? I'll go inside, grab everything, prepay, and they're still out there just pulling the handle, trying to flip the hook up and down. It won't go. They cannot figure it out. It's hilarious.
There's still a few places around here that have those.
Yep.
There's a lot of mom and pop gas stations around here that have been in business since the 30s, and they've updated a lot of their stuff. They offer full service garage work and everything there, but they still kept the original pumps, so it's old timey and whatnot.
Yeah, there used to be a gas station, not anymore, but in Nebraska, you used to go east of Colorado and God, I think it was around Benkelman, Nebraska, and it had the old school pumps that would fill the top globe full, and then you would drain it out into your vehicle. And it's still there, but it's set up as kind of like a museum, not functional at all. But when I was a kid, that still worked, and you could actually go by there and buy the old glass bottles of soda pop and everything. I remember though, I filled up my Camaro, and that little tank at the top only holds like 3 gallons. So you'd have to wait for the air to push in the 3 gallons, and then you'd drain it out, and then they'd fill it up again. You'd drain it out. It took a while to fill up a 15-gallon tank in that Camaro.
Yeah.
But it was neat. The novelty was worth it. And then you got a sticker for the old school, because it was pretty well known around the area. And so they had like little stickers and everything that you went by there. And they had a roller skating rink in a building there. It's just kind of like an old part of town that was still functioning. It was pretty neat. God, if you think about it, doing something like that now with an old roller skating rink and with the nostalgia of it, probably make pretty good money right now.
Yeah, we used to have an old half hardware store, half general store, the next township southwest of me. And up until probably about 2005, I want to say, they were still running it the way that it had been run for like the last 100 years. And they still sold like penny and nickel candy, out of the glass jars and everything.
Yep.
They sold all kinds of, hardware type stuff, but like you could special order things that aren't made anymore from them. The one huge long sales counter that ran along one of the walls still had a brass rail along the bottom, so you could rest one of your heels up while you're shooting the shit with the guy behind the counter, kind of like an old-fashioned bar.
Nice.
They still had an FFL license, so you could buy guns and ammo there.
Well, I know there's a town up in the Front Range. It's by Fort Collins, but it's a littler town, and they still have an old soda fountain shop it's like a candy shop, and it's got the old soda fountains in it and everything. And I mean, it's old school, and you can go in there.
We have a very similar thing in the Cleveland area. There was this company called Mally's Candies, and they still have 2 open retail stores. And same thing, it's an old-fashioned parlor, all lit up with, like, in my opinion, hideous pastel colors and everything. It looks like Easter on overload.
Right.
You can still go and get a hot fudge sundae there. And it's the most popular candy company in the area. So like all the holidays, Easter and Christmas and Halloween, it's the place to go.
Oh yeah. At this place, I've seen people from like license plates from New Mexico, Utah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, people come from all around for that type of nostalgia. And they're not just older people. A lot of younger people are really into that type of stuff. They, heard about it, and they drive all the way up there just to visit that little tiny town for that one store. So, but they also, I mean, if there's any type of candy that's ever been made that you can imagine, they probably got it. I mean, there's such a selection, and they've got it's kind of cool because it's not like in the cardboard boxes. They actually take it out of there and put it in the old slatted shelves and stuff like that, like they used to put candy. So it's pretty neat. Take care, Lisa.
We do have another candy company in Cleveland that operates on the warehouse style. It's
Oh, yeah.
freaking huge. Like it's probably the size of like 3 football fields. It's huge.
Oh, nice.
And yeah, any kind of fucking candy from wherever in the world, if you don't see it on the shelf after walking around for 3 hours, they can probably order it for you.
Yep. Well, it's this candy store. They still have like Mars bars. I didn't even know they made Mars bars still, but apparently they do. And just different things like that. God, I hope they still make them. Otherwise, those are some pretty outdated Mars bars.
Nah, they're still around.
Okay.
They're pretty big on this side of the country because a lot of that stuff came out of Pennsylvania. Hershey's and all that.
Yep. Most of it around here is like Butterfinger, Snickers, some of the bigger name stuff is most of what you'll find around. Unless you go to a novelty place like that. But I mean, there's still some places. I know there's a place in Denver. It's a record shop. You can go there and look at the records and buy records. The vinyl has gotten really popular.
Oh, it's always been popular. They've had multiple revivals throughout the decades, but the latest craze on is because the technology to produce those things was real scarce to find over like the last 20 years or so, and a lot of new production facilities have opened up, especially in Europe. That's where a lot of it is. So you can get like a lot of the bands that I listen to, they'll like when they're dropping a new record, you can buy special limited edition vinyls that are like all kinds of goofy translucent colors and stuff, or have like embedded sparkles in them, and they can do some weird shit with them now to make them look cool. They're always more, it's going to be more expensive than just a plain CD or a download.
Right.
And yeah, I do collect vinyl. Not as much as I used to, but I got a pretty decent amount of my own. Plus, I got my dad's vinyl collection. It's freaking huge. I've got it sitting in the stereo cabinet. I probably got about 500 albums from my dad. Yeah.
Yep. My parents really liked. Yeah, and my mom has the majority of them now still, but her and my dad really liked vinyl, and anywhere from Johnny Horton and country all the way up to Elvis to 70s music to you name it. It was just crazy. And like you say with your dad, if they liked vinyl, they had all sorts of different genres of music.
Well, and a lot of the older stuff, like the first pressings of those big albums, those are worth a lot of money now. If you can, verify that it was a first press. Like my dad's got like the first pressing of like Dark Side of the Moon, and some other real hit albums, and yeah, those are worth some money.
Well, I know they've got one Elvis album. It's like 2 albums or 2 records in it. It's in a box that kind of one part goes over the other part, one of those types of boxes that cardboard box or whatever. And it's even got a booklet in it that has to do with one of his movies. It's almost like screenshots done in a comic book style. Yeah. I think the Blue Hawaii movie. And I guess that thing's pretty rare. So, and a lot of those things, people got them and they just didn't keep them up very well.
Yeah. Another cool one that we got was first pressing of the John Williams score for the first Star Wars movie back in '77.
Right.
And that thing, it comes in four LPs in a big sleeved box set.
Yep.
with a booklet with a a lot of never be seen before photos from the set of the movie and where they were recording the orchestra and everything.
And I guarantee you that's worth a pretty penny, because I found out if they've got the book and everything, if they had that whole set type of thing,
Yeah.
they're very sought after.
And the other reason that I subscribe to why vinyl is becoming so popular nowadays is just because of the actual quality of the music when you listen to something on vinyl. Because with MP3s and CD players, I don't care what kind of system you got to run that stuff, it's not going to sound as good as vinyl did.
No. And and I'll be honest, it is something, and it brings back a lot of memories from childhood when you're listening to a vinyl, and even with the crackling and the popping, of that stuff, it is just part of it. It's a cool experience. I know Christmases, because my parents always put Christmas albums on during Christmas. So we still do this. Yep. We still to this day, at my mom's, she'll have Christmas albums, and I had that one record player redone for her, and she'll put Christmas albums on all day long. They're playing Christmas albums.
Like
yep.
Old shit like Bing Crosby Christmas and
yep.
Like the Peanuts album Christmas and all different kinds of stuff.
Yep. We've even got the Chipmunks Christmas.
Yep, that too. Yeah, that was my sister's favorite.
Yep.
Oh, that would give you a headache. Listen to the whole fucking album.
Yeah, you couldn't leave it going all day. That's for darn sure. Yeah, what's that one song that? God, my mom played it this last Christmas, and it was the hula hoop. Alvin wanted a hula hoop, and he didn't get the hula hoop, so he kept saying he wanted a hula hoop, and I can't remember what it's about, but kept getting yelled at.
Please don't forget the hula hoop.
Yeah, yep, that's the one. Yep. Too funny. But that's part of Christmas anymore for us, anyways, is to have a few of those songs in there. And the cool thing about
I would much rather, listen to that stuff than what, is called, new Christmas music.
Oh,
anything that was made in the last 25 years, pretty much, it's absolute fucking garbage.
Yep.
It's like, that's not music.
And even some of the new country music stuff that they got, it's like, you guys are trying way too hard.
I used to listen to a lot of country music back in the 90s. And mostly because we were forced to, because that's the only thing my mother would play in the car. It kept her calm. And compared to what they pass off as country nowadays, there's no comparison.
Yeah.
Because it seems like all the country nowadays is all about, big trucks and big boobs and just, it's trash.
It's lost its soul. It's more about hype now. And I completely agree. Whatever is going on now, there's only a few artists that I would consider country. And even them, it's not all their songs.
Yeah, because I couldn't even tell you the name of, a modern country artist right now that's big. I don't follow it, haven't for a long time. Like the country I used to listen to was, George Brooke or George Strait, Alan Jackson, that kind of that era of country. It's like, it doesn't exist anymore.
So you like the Tanya Tucker, and stuff like that with probably Garth Brooks before he went like crazy.
Yeah, before he went totally commercial sellout mode.
Yep. Yep. His first out 2 albums, No Fences, and then I can't remember what the other one was. Those were good. After that, it started getting really weird.
Yeah, I remember a guy I worked with up in Canada. He turned me on to Chris Ledoux.
Oh God, dude, I love Chris Ledoux.
And he was like
Uh,
underground around here. It's like because he was
Oh,
just huge in Texas, and that was about it for a while. And this guy would, spent half his life in Texas, so he's like, "You got it. This is country music. You got to check this out."
Yeah. Well, he was real country music. I saw him once at Cheyenne Frontier Days, once at the Greeley Stampede, and then once he used to do venues at a lot of the smaller schools and stuff like that. And the school I went to here in the Northeast part where I graduated from, or no, it wasn't the one I graduated from. I would have been a freshman there. It was the one I got in. I'll get back to that, but I got into a lot of trouble when I was younger. I was pretty ornery, so I had to go graduate from a different school. But I went to a concert at the school with him in it, and though I tell you what, though, the one at Cheyenne Frontier Days and the one at Greeley Stampede, he literally came out of the stage on a mechanical bull. They opened up the stage, and that's his entrance, because he started out, he was a bull rider in his youth. So yeah, it was pretty cool. All this steam was coming up, blowing out. They had the smoke machines going, and he just rose up, and it was no playing around when he came up out of it. The last one I saw, he had just had the surgery for the cancer, and he apologized to the crowd, said he couldn't ride the bull, and nobody cared.
Yeah, hasn't he passed away by now?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
I was pretty sure.
Yep.
Yeah,
And
I've never been to a country concert before. Only one. My county fairgrounds, they have the annual county fair every September, and they always do live music. They'll have a bunch of smaller local bands playing throughout the week, but they'll do one grandstand show, and they actually spend some money to get some decent bands that come in. And I remember I went to one, it would be early 90s, like 91, 92, and they had Billy Ray Cyrus. He always got a bad rap on the radio around here, and they're like, "Oh, that's goofy country and shit like that." I'm like, "No, man."
He had some good songs.
Yeah, I stayed for the whole show, and yeah, he was a good singer, good guitar player. He had some good songs. Yeah, he was a little strange, but whatever.
He was actually a legitimately nice guy too. Like during your fair, I'm sure they'll walk. A lot of those guys will walk around the fairs. And I know I met Brooks and Dunn. He was playing a dart game. I think it was Brooks, one of them, and it was a littler guy, but he was playing one of the dart games at a fair because a lot of them are small town guys. They like the fairs, so they'll go walk around. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, we've had Brooks and Dunn around here. And the coolest part about it is the house I had before this one. My backyard stopped at the fairgrounds, and literally you could watch the concert from the side, from about 50 yards away from my backyard. So we always watched it from my house, and I'd have neighbors coming over, and we got a free concert. Figured it was going to keep me up all night because it was so close and so loud. I may as well enjoy it, right?
And the funny thing for me, looking back to that time with country music, because around here in Ohio, in the Cleveland area, when country exploded in the early 90s, like overnight, the most popular thing for kids to do on the weekend was to go out and do country line dancing. It became a huge fad like overnight. And because they like all these country western bars and dance saloons started popping up in the area, and they would have tea nights during the week, and then main shows on the weekends. And a lot of kids would you'd have to be accompanied by an adult, but they just find a chaperone that would handle 10 to 12 girls. It, like almost every girl in the school was into it. It was kind of crazy.
Yep. And see, I'm old school. I won't lie. I've done a line dance or two, but to us, line dances were what city people did when they lived in the country, and I was still in the, you did a 2-step or you did the swing. That was the dances you did. But
I never tried. I'd rather square dance, to be honest with you. I've done that a
square
few times.
Yeah, square dances is fun as long as you've got a group of at least 4 that know where to go and what they're doing. A square dance can be a lot of fun.
Yeah, we got taught square dance in elementary school. It was still on the curriculum. It was part of gym class.
Mm-hmm.
Like I remember we started it in the 5th grade in elementary school. They'd clear out the gymnasium and bring out like an ancient record player with speakers, or they plug it into the PA system, and it was like the hokiest hoedown square dance music, like from the 40s. You could tell. I mean, these records were sitting, in a closet somewhere in the school for probably 50, 60 years, and only brought out once a year for square dancing in gym class.
So I'll tell you what,
almost all the boys were like, we have to dance with other guys and hold hands with guys. Yeah, it was like everybody, a lot of kids hated it. I hated it kind of, but I'm not going to say I'm not doing this and just sit out. I just grinned and bared it.
See, I was lucky enough to where when we did it, we had our class was an even split with guys and girls, so we were able to. But they made us all put on a handkerchief, and all the girls had to put on like a checkered apron. The teachers really got into it. But
yeah, we didn't do that. The only thing they asked us to do is, the guys to bow to the ladies. That was it.
Oh, yeah. But I also remember when I was in like kindergarten, kindergarten, probably second or third grade.
I got to grab something to drink.
Oh, right on. Where's everybody in chat? Come on, guys. Speak up. Huckleberry, I know you're still there. Guess they're watching us on Butch's. I don't even have Twitch anymore, so.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I was having to clean my phone constantly with Twitch. I don't know what it was about.
Oh, they're constantly pushing software updates. That's the thing. I have all the auto updates shut off on pretty much anything on my phone.
I gotcha. Yeah, I know. I got rid of a lot of things. I got rid of Google Earth, a lot of things that I had on my phone because it was just eating up my battery. And I got a newer phone that's got a better battery in it, but still doesn't last that long with all the apps they make you have on it. The newer it gets, the more apps they make you have on it. Like now you can't even. Oh, my bad.
My phone, I currently it's shut off because I haven't been able to pay the bill in the last month and a half. But it's a 4G phone. It's like a year and a half old. When I finally decide to upgrade, probably in the next couple of years, I'll buy one that you can root. They do the factory unlock. A lot of computer guys know how to root these things. It's basically getting into the code software in the phone and unlocking it so that you can delete a lot of that crap.
Oh, nice. Oh, hi, Kimmy.
I'm not technically advanced enough to do it myself.
No, I wouldn't even know where to start on that. When you're heading out, I was going to say, I remember like in grade school singing the songs of like John Henry and some of those old, and She'll Be Coming Around the Mountain, except it was, when I was in elementary, it was they were country schools, so a lot of it was old country music that we used to sing in music class.
In
Little.
elementary school, I remember having to learn a lot of the old American folk songs.
Yep.
Not necessarily country, but just like historical American songs that patriotic, right. I guess you could say.
Yeah. Trying to think of some of them because there's a lot of them.
I was never musically inclined at all as a kid, so like music classes, I hated them. To be honest with you, they made you take music all the way through middle school, but once you got into middle school for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, if you didn't want to be in choir and if you didn't want to be in band, they had an alternative class. It was basically music history. And that's what I ended up taking for the last 2 years because I can't read music. So, my mother would never, pay for lessons for anything for me. So I couldn't play in the band. I was in the choir for 1 year. And I just pretty much winged it. Read the lyrics, memorized them and just kind of went along. And they're like, why can't you, read music? I'm like, it's like a foreign language that just does not compute.
Nice. Hey, battery.
Oh.
Yeah, I got stuck in choir. And I did not want to be in choir, but yeah. It was one of those things like you. They made you be in a lot of that. And then the music teacher picked out certain kids and had to put on a choir thing every so often. And then of course holidays, the whole class did their thing. So, and we had a teacher that always liked to do plays and we had to do musicals about every year.
Oh, I would not take part in that. I fucking hate musicals.
Yep.
It's like listening to marching band music. I can't fucking stand it.
And every year for a good 5 or 6 years in grade school, had to do them. It's like got to junior high and then they were optional then. So
for some reason, my school district, where I finished school, it was a pretty wealthy school district, so they had a lot of money to spend on like the alternative programs like music or sports and shit.
Nice.
back when they started canceling those classes because the schools couldn't afford them and shit. So by the time you got into high school, by the time I got into high school, there were 3 or 4 different bands that you could join and 3 different choirs. You had marching band, you had jazz band, you had touring band and classical band. And then the choirs was straight choir. And then there was jazz choir and then classical choir.
Nice. Our school we weren't real big and didn't have a lot of money, but we had things like tennis, chess. I was in chess since I can remember. Actually, 2 of us went to a thing in the Front Range that were the state championships. And the 2 of us at our age group, we actually had to play each other. He took first, I took second for state. And our teacher always told us, you 2 are going to accomplish great things because the mind of a chess player at this age, he used to really butter us up. And funny thing is, I turned out to be a carpenter. It's like, which I mean, isn't saying it's a bad thing, but I didn't really, do any big scientific study. Now the other kid, and I saw him, probably about 5 or 6 years ago, because his family still lives in that area. He's actually a medical scientist, so he's actually legitimately got that kid. He was, I mean, I was an A student, but he was A plus plus. Yeah, I mean, that kid just was insanely smart.
Yeah, we had. I do remember. I mean, they got returns out of the money that they put in those music programs. Almost every other year, we would get chosen to go be the band. The guest band at like a bunch of Ohio State football games, or to perform at the state fair, and I know they went to Macy's parade in New York City at least 2 times in the past 20 years. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
And yeah, the athletic program, we did have a lot of people, make it big in sports. Our school graduated a bunch of Olympic athletes. We had the one of the early games in the 90s. I think it was the one that was in Sweden or Norway, the Winter Games. We had it was a twin brother and sister skating team from my high school. It was like the year after they graduated from high school, and they won gold medal twice for ice dancing, I think it was.
Oh, wow. Nice.
And a girl I graduated with in my class ended up going to the China Games like 10, 15 years ago for the Summer Games on the rowing team. And I think they won that too. The scull boats, sculling, whatever they call it.
Yep. That's pretty impressive for a single school to even get one, let alone multiple. That's awesome. But I wish schools would do it. Well, just like, I mean, name one school that has like, and I mean, a lot of people are going to probably roll their eyes, but even things like auto mechanics class. They used to have auto mechanics class. They used to have an auto body class to teach kids, stuff like that.
We still had that to some extent.
Yeah. By the time I was in high school, they got rid of all that.
Well, they started consolidating it around here to that we still had our in-school auto tech, beginners classes for like the first 2 years. And if you still wanted to keep up onto it, they sent you for basically you're still enrolled with our school, but you got all that other auto shit done at another school a few towns over. It was like the biggest suburban high school in the state, and they had the space to do it. So they had a partnership thing. That's the same thing for like technical drawing and visual design stuff. My sister was involved with that, and she did 2 years at the other high school and got her diploma in professional design and all that shit, and she wasted it.
Oh, cool, Battery. He's got a girl he went to school with became second in command on an aircraft carrier.
A girl that went to my school, what was it? She was an astronaut on the shuttle program. She went up to space at least once. And then there was a guy that graduated a year before me, and he was a big football player, and he got signed and played for a few years with New Orleans, the Saints, and then he got arrested. They found out that he was like one of the top guys in a big ass Ponzi scheme.
Oh,
he did a bunch of years in prison for that.
Nice. Yeah, right now, I think these days it's all about sports. I don't even think a lot of these schools around here have too good of music programs anymore. but sports bring in the revenue to,
Oh yeah.
well, I know, like, even when I was in school and my sophomore year, I quit football and wrestling. And that's where everything, I was getting rebellious. And plus, a lot of the kids that were my good friends, once I quit sports, I was the traitor, because I didn't play sports with them anymore, And I wasn't that great at football, but at wrestling, I mean, I was almost always undefeated. So, that took away from the team when I quit, but I was just burnt out because I wrestled since, Pee-wee when I was like 5 or 6 years old. I was tired. I was burnt out. But my parents were always real cool about it. They never pushed me. But the coaches and the other parents, I rarely lost. But when I did, it was like I was the worst person on earth. That I lost a match that I should have won.
Yeah. I had the same thing with baseball. I never played it in school until my freshman year because I preferred to play City League baseball. And it was more fun because it wasn't just with the kids from your school, it was from kids in the entire city and other surrounding cities too. So you got to meet some people from, other schools. And it was competitive, but it wasn't like cutthroat. And when I finally played my last year of City League, I decided to, play on the junior varsity team for the high school, and it was complete 180. Like the whole personality of the kids that were playing that, it was all competition. If you didn't, shape up, they would razz you and get on your shit, and it was a hostile environment, to be honest with you. And
the pressure.
Yeah, I guess it was just JV, ninth grade baseball, and halfway through the season, I told the coach, I'm like, I don't want to play anymore. He's like, you want me to take you off the roster? I'm like, yeah. He's like, well, you still have to, go to all the games and everything. I'm like, yeah, I'll be a water boy, whatever. But I'm done with the attitude of the kids.
Unfortunately, my experience quitting did not go so well. The coaches just went. I mean, dude, they even came by the house, talked to my parents to try to get my parents to force me to stay wrestling, and it was a horrible experience. And luckily, my parents are like, he's tired. Maybe it'll just be a year, but we got to let him make the decision. He's just, doesn't have anything left in the tank. So yeah, I'm thankful for my parents being understanding, because the coaches, the other parents, dude, I went from getting along with everybody to being, my name is Mud in that school. And then I got into a lot of trouble and had to switch schools.
That's the funny thing. My parents, they had absolutely no interest or involvement, whatever, with school for us. It was really strange. The guidance counselors brought it up all the time too. They're like, why aren't your parents more involved? They're like, well, they're separated, they're divorced, and my dad is a factory worker. He works a lot of hours, and my mom's a nurse and she works a lot of hours. And it's not like my mom was checking our homework or everything. She'd ask maybe once a week, you caught up on your homework? I'm like, yeah. And that was it. And as far as the sports go, she couldn't care less about it. She only signed me up for City League baseball because I liked baseball, and she wanted me to have something to do to keep me out of trouble in the summertime. So, I'm like, fine. She's like, well, it's either that or you're gonna. She was gonna force me to take piano lessons. I'm like, no, I'll play baseball. I was pretty decent. I played right field, center field, and second base, and I had a 320 batting average by the time I was finished with Pony League.
See, now wrestling, I was really good at. Football, I could run fast and I could catch the ball. But if I got hit, that ball was going flying. So I was not good at all at football. I could take the hit. It's just I could not hold on to that ball when I got hit. So
See, I've never had an interest in football. We had to play flag football for gym class in middle school, and I hated it because I don't want to get tackled. I don't want to get physical with people, and they would take it to the extreme. And I was a pretty small, skinny, dorky kid back then. And honestly, my hands were too small to play. I couldn't grip the football. It sucked. I absolutely hated it.
And see, I was a runt all through high school, and I think that's what my problem was. I could catch that darn ball, but I could not hold on to it very well. I mean, there was even one game where I was running, and literally the ball just flopped out of my hands when I was running. And I was fast and could catch it really well, so they always tried to put me with the kids that were a lot better than me, playing with them.
Yeah.
And I just was not meant to be in there on football because I was not that good at it. So it just made it worse.
I had asthma back then really bad. Like I had to use inhalers all the time. And, I couldn't get, an exemption from it for some reason. I'm like, I can't medically play this, Or in gym class, they made you jog around the school so that you run a mile or two, and I couldn't do it. Like it hurt. I thought I was going to die, more than when you get to halfway or 3/4 of a mile. And they're like, well, everybody has to do it, so just put up with it. I'm like, do you see that I'm stopping to use my inhaler like every 5 minutes? They didn't care.
Yep. And our school was, we had maybe 80 kids in our school or in our high school. And so our football team, it was an 11-man football team, and we had maybe 18 kids. So it was all hands on deck. So that made it even worse, to where I got put out there with some kids that would hit me, knock me into next Tuesday because I was the runt. And I think that's a lot of why I couldn't hold on to that darn football too. I was too afraid of who was going to hit me next.
Yeah. Our school was quite bigger. My graduating year, I think the whole school population of students was like over 1,300 at that time.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, a lot of kids. So for football, the tryouts were huge. You'd get 200 people a year try out for each team, and they'd have to whittle them down. It was a big thing.
Yep. Oh, cool, Barry. One of his friends played pro basketball. I sucked at basketball. I didn't even try to play that.
Yeah, I hated it.
Yeah. I could not dribble. I could not shoot. I could not do any of it, and I didn't even attempt. I did track, football, and wrestling. And in our school, wrestling and basketball were at the same time, and I was already a wrestler, so it didn't matter anyways.
Yeah, like the one thing we wanted to start cycling and have a cycling club or have a cycling team, but they were like, nope, it's too dangerous because you'd be out with traffic and everything. But they had track was big at my school, but they started cross country, which was just running throughout the city, and that got real popular. But it's the same thing as biking. Yeah, you're out by traffic and everything. You got to be careful, but they wouldn't let us bike.
Yep.
I would have been all over that.
I remember my sophomore year, my last match was districts, and I got beat by state champ, which was a senior in high school. I had beaten another kid that was an upperclassman. I can't remember if he was a junior or senior. I had beaten him in wrestling, and I was done with it after this because of the parents. The other parents, not mine. Mine were always really good about it. They were there for all my matches. I could always hear them root me on and everything. But if I lost, they're like, hey, you tried your best. That's the main thing. This kid was a state champion, and it was probably one of the hardest matches I ever had and everything. And I lost. And those parents, and all it was districts. So that put me out of anything contending with state. And the parents were like, well, you just destroyed, the school's chances at state and everything. And I had parents, I hope you're happy giving up that match. It's like, holy cow. And after that, I remember we went home, we went to the local bowling alley, hung out because my aunt and uncle owned the bowling alley where that tournament was. We went there, they fed me pizza and everything. And I told my parents, I was like, I don't want to do this anymore.
Yeah.
When I win all the time, if I won all the time and went for an undefeated season or something like that, I was high in their book. But even if I lost one match at the end of the year to a kid that was way better than me, I mean, obviously, freaking state champ. And then it became where I was a little, you little bastard type of thing. And I had parents cuss at me before too, so it's like,
I did wrestling. We had to do it in gym class in middle school, and it was only for like one semester. So it was just like, 12 weeks or something, like whatever it was. And I was actually told that I wasn't welcome to play anymore because the other opponents were complaining to the coach that I was too rough on them.
We had some of those that, I have been.
It was funny though, because I was still kind of like that weakling kid, but I had great flexibility and I was fast to make, change moves and everything, and they just couldn't keep up with me. And one kid actually got hurt because the way that he came down, he rolled off the mat and ended up whacking his head on like the floor of the gymnasium. And, he had to go to the hospital and everything. And I'm like, nope, it was an accident. And, 10 other people were there like, nope, it was an accident. You didn't do it on purpose.
I got my collarbone messed up and it was the last tournament of the year. And it was actually junior high. But so there's, we had like regionals and state and stuff like that. But this was the last tournament of the year and everything. So I didn't have to worry about it. I missed weight. And my coach was so ticked off. He had an open spot 4 weight classes above mine. And he put me in it to wrestle. And one of those kids in the championship round, he flung me. I landed on the back of my neck and that match was over. And he got DQ'd on that, I think. We had freestyle wrestling, but they were not through the school, which you could do stuff like that. But in collegiate wrestling, which we did through the school, you had to, like, if you brought somebody on a suplex or something, you had to hit the mat before them. You could not drop your weight on them. But in freestyle, you could drop their weight first and pin them like that. So a lot of the kids, they would do those tournaments and wouldn't be able to remember, okay, this is not a freestyle, this is a collegiate, so don't do this part. So every so often, you'd be wrestling there following the rules, and one of those kids would pick you up and slam you and knock the wind out of you because you were thinking they can't do it, and they did it anyways.
Now, I remember the wrestling program in my town at all the schools, at all levels, kept constantly getting shut down by the state because we had a contamination problem. They never cleaned those mats properly. And they were using them for a lot longer than they were, guaranteed for. And all these kids started coming down with ringworm and pink eye and shit because of all the, the nasty sweat and everything that gets, sucked into those mats. They weren't cleaned properly. Yeah, it was gross.
I mean, to this day, the lower lobe on my right ear is all puffy from, they call it cauliflower ear that you get from wrestling and stuff from getting your head curving into that mat. And and I got a little bit of a infection when I was, that would have been like the freshman year of high school. And my lobe is still not the same as my left lobe because of that. And I've seen people as adults that like wrestled through college, their ears as adults are just completely messed up from that.
Now, I remember we had a girl in my graduating class. And I think, yeah, she moved to our school district at the beginning of what would be 6th grade, first year of middle school. Her entire life was athletic shit. She lived and breathed sports. She like all kinds of sports, and she was kind of a squat girl, not fat or obese, but just a thick girl. And so like she kicked everybody's ass in wrestling, like in middle school. It was crazy. She won every match. She was the wrestling champ for the school for 3 years. When we got into high school, she wrestled for 2 years, and then she tried out for fucking football. It was she was one of the first female high school students that was allowed on a high school team. And she played decent football. She played football when she went to college too. I think she actually went on a football scholarship.
Nice. I know in 8th grade, I had to wrestle a girl, and I'd never had to wrestle a girl before. And there was girls in wrestling, but I had never wrestled one before. In 8th grade, I came up against one. I even tried to play sick with the coach, so I didn't have to wrestle. He's like, no, you're going to wrestle and everything. I'm like, all right. And I was like, I don't want to wrestle a girl and everything, because I grew up with 3 older sisters. I was always taught that you do not beat up on girls. So it was very confusing at this moment.
They told us flat out when she started, in the middle school wrestling, that if you didn't want to, fight against her, that was on you. They wouldn't question it, but obviously you couldn't, you couldn't just bypass it and make it to the top. If you still wanted to get higher up in the ranks, you would have to go against her. And the guys are all sheepish and everything. It's like, well, what happens if I accidentally grab her boob or get my hands between her legs and all this shit? And the staff was all like, just don't do it. And if you have to do it by accident, apologize immediately.
I remember my coach, he told me, he's like, the quicker you pin her, the quicker it's going to be over.
Yeah.
And I swear to God, I could not pin that girl. She gave me a run for my money that entire match and everything. It was, I
wrestled her probably like at least a dozen times. It wasn't fun. I think out of a dozen times, I think I only beat her once or twice.
And I beat her, but it was not by a large margin, and I did not pin her. I mean, I could not. She was very much stronger than she looked, and holy crap, she knew her moves. So every time I would do something, she would counter, and vice versa. If she did something, I would counter, and then she would double counter, and I could not. The plan did not go as planned. Try to beat her quick and get out of there. It was that full 3 5-minute rounds, and I got out of that one. I was able to hold my head up high, but at the same time, I had to finish that match. But yeah, that's what ours was. You didn't have to, but if you didn't, you forfeited that match. Exactly. And with my coaches, that was no, you did not forfeit a match unless something was broken, because that would have been almost as bad as when I quit wrestling.
Yeah, see, since the school had so much money, they had a lot of other sports too. We had boys and girls tennis.
Nice.
We had a golf team. We had a swim team. Even though we didn't have a pool, we had an arrangement with another school nearby to use their pool. What else did we have? I know they started racquetball after I left. And girls volleyball. Yeah.
Nice.
They never had boys volleyball. It was all girl, but that's the best sport to watch.
Yeah. Oh yeah. When I was in high school and even in junior high, especially they always had we had our football game. They had their volleyball match, and then we had our football game. And all of us football players would watch that volleyball match.
Oh yeah, as far as crowd size goes for any of this, girls volleyball was always second behind varsity football. Just because everybody likes seeing them girls jiggle around.
Yep. And our football games, I don't know if you've seen small town football games, but I mean, there's cars pulled up at the ends of the field and everything where, like, if you scored, they were honking their horns. And yeah. Football, even now, football is a big deal around these parts. I mean, it was fun. I just was not that good at it. I mean, I had some good plays and everything. It's just that I probably dropped the ball, fumbled the ball because I got hit just as many times as I scored. So so needless to say, I did not get the ball a lot of times, or the coaches did come up with one where there was a kid that would come across the backside of me. They would throw to me, and he couldn't catch that well. I could catch real well, but he could hold on to the ball, and I couldn't hold on to the ball. So it was a pitch. It was a catch and pitch, and then he would run with it. So they kind of tried to work around our faults on that. Once again, in my defense, everybody on that team probably outweighed me by at least 20 pounds because all through school I was a runt. I didn't start hitting a growing spurt until my senior year, and then 19 and 20. So yeah, I was running scared for my life most of the time on the football field.
Yeah, I was kind of a smallish guy, probably up until my junior year. A lot of that was because of the shit that I was doing in Boy Scouts. I gained a lot of muscle, especially, after working in Canada for 2 summers paddling canoes. Yeah, that was the best shape I was ever in.
Yeah.
But I also, I biked everywhere. I biked all over half my county. I'd be putting, 100 miles on my bike every week.
Even like when I graduated at right around 5'7" and maybe 5'8", and I had hit a growing spurt my senior year. So like my junior year, I was only like 5'4", 5'5". My sophomore year, I was barely over 5 foot. But into my freshman year, I was probably 5 foot or under. So I was short. I mean, I got to where I was stocky, but I was short and not stocky enough.
Yeah.
And then when I hit 19, I hit a growing spurt. And by the time I was 20, I hit 6'2". So it was kind of a weird late growing spurt. But I guess that's more common than I thought it was. I guess a lot of people hit later growing spurts in life like that. And I guess there's some people that really don't hit their full height and everything until I think they said like 23 or 24 is when you officially completely stop growing. And it's kind of funny because my best friend, since we were like in kindergarten or first grade, he's always been the tallest kid in our class, and I was always the shortest kid in our class for the most part. So it's kind of funny when you got the tallest kid and then the shortest kid as best friends. But yeah, I remember, looking back on it, it was funny, but I remember during football, I was pretty well running around for my life. I don't know, maybe subconsciously I was trying to give them the ball so they didn't hit me.
Yeah. I can understand that.
I mean, when the closest guy to you probably has 20 pounds on you and some of those guys have 40 or 50 pounds on you, it's like running into a friggin' brick wall and that's driving at 30 mile an hour. Yeah, kind of gave me chills of thinking about that, some of those memories. I remember one time a kid grabbed the ear hole on the side of my helmet. I was small enough where they didn't have a helmet that fit me right. And this was even my freshman year. And that helmet, my nose was at the other ear hole by the time that kid let go. So it looked like my head was on sideways. And I remember I just like went out of bounds where I thought out of bounds was, and then went to the ground because I could not see a thing. So sounds comical now, but at the time, you know, you're just embarrassed. It's like crap. And then I couldn't get it turned. So the referee was over there trying to unsnap the earpiece so he could get my nose and face turned out of there. And God, I hope nobody has any video of that. Probably would make a pretty good football comedy.
Now, like I said, I never played football other than gym class, flag football. But I was in the audio visual club all the way back through middle school. And I remember in 8th grade, so this would have been like right around 91. No, 93. Yeah, about 93. The school finally got a big VHS camcorder. And, the athletic department asked us one time to start going around to the football games that the varsity team played in our cities and film the game so that they could, review shit afterwards. And I remember they're like, does anybody in the AV class, they're like, does anybody know how to run a camcorder? I'm like, yeah, I know how to do it. Like, you want to go to a football game? I'm like, not particularly. Okay, you're going. So I got stuck going to this football game for, a bunch of 8th graders the next town over. And I got my camera set up on the tripod on, the sideline, probably like the 30-yard line on one side of the field. And, I'm looking through the lens and panning as the play's moving across the field. And I didn't notice that, there was 3 guys heading in my direction. And one guy made a pass to the other guy, and he got tackled, and he went right into me in the camera.
Nice.
This is like one of them big ass, it wasn't like a mini cam or anything, it was a big, full size VHS camcorder. And when I got hit, I got thrown to the ground and banged my arm up, and I think I bit my lip. And the camera fell to the ground because one of the guys ended up knocking the tripod and bent one of the legs, and the camera went crash, and it was obviously broken. So and then the team lost the game, so the bus ride home was all quiet and everything, and everybody was kind of pissed off at me. They're like, you got in the way of an important play. I'm like, I didn't see you guys. And then I had to go back to school that day with the camera and go to the teacher that was doing the AV club, and I'm like, here's your camera back. She's like, what happened? I'm like, it's on the tape. And then they stopped using students to film games. Like, nope, AV equipment's too expensive. An adult's gonna have to run it.
I remember during a wrestling match, they used to line the cheerleaders up right along the mat to root for you while you're doing it. And one of the wrestling matches that I had, we had gone up against each other several times before and everything. And it was always a really close match. And we were just going at it. And we just both went flying in the group of the cheerleaders, and one of the cheerleaders caught an elbow to the nose, had a bloody nose. It's like, oh gosh. So they stopped the match for a while. And you were talking about how they didn't allow the students to record anymore. Well, they didn't allow the cheerleaders to be right up next to the mat after that match. They had to be back at least 5 foot because they were just right there. And how like wrestling is. It's almost like a brawl you're getting into, just tying up, and you don't know where anything's going on. You're just trying to get the other guy down. And my junior high coach, it was in 8th grade. I was behind by this kid. I'd beaten him several times, and it was another one. It was always close. And I was behind by like 5 or 7 points. And it was going into the last round. My coach was so ticked off, he took his little holder, slapped me upside the head and everything, and told me, if you don't win any of these matches and everything, or any of the rest, or this match or whatever, you're walking your ass home. And yeah, we had back then, well, you know how it was. The coaches weren't as friendly as they have to be now. So
Well, yeah, because back then they could still get away with it. You know, when by the time I was in school, even in we had a men's coach in junior high school, and he got he was fired and got charged with assault on a girl because he smacked her ass when she fucked up, did something stupid, and he gave her a spanking. Yeah, he lost his job, and you got to be careful.
Well, even when I was in school, when that coach hit me for the next 2 tournaments, he could not be Matt's side. It was the assistant coach. But I will give him credit. When he smacked me in the side of the head, it woke something up in me and ticked me off so bad. I pinned that kid in the 3rd round, and I pinned every other kid that I wrestled in that tournament. And I just would beat the kid and walk over and sit down with the team. And I didn't want to talk to the coaches or nothing. I was done dealing with them. So I guess in a way he knew how to fire me up. So, but yeah, it ticked me off enough. I didn't even want to talk to the coaches again. But yeah, he did get in trouble for that, because one of the regional people that watch over the tournaments was there and caught it, did not like that at all, and he couldn't be Matt's side for several tournaments. But looking back on wrestling, I did enjoy, because most of them were wins. It's just a few losses, how awful it got, and then the pressure to win it. And that's what sucks. If it's a sport that you excel at, then the pressure gets to be more pressure. Football wasn't so bad because they knew I sucked. You know, they weren't expecting too much. Wrestling, though, they expected me to win all the time, and it was too much pressure. And putting a kid through that's just, I don't know. I think that messes with kids. I had a nephew. He was really good at wrestling, and he, through high school, he went to state when he was a junior. After his junior year, he quit. He was burnt out. And I remember my sister was real disappointed. I was telling him, "Are you sure? Are you sure?" And I knew exactly what he was going through. So I talked to my sister. I was like, "You don't understand the pressure that kid is under to win all the time." So, and he's the one that he's now in school, in engineering school. So, I mean, he was able to dedicate his time he went a different route than me. I went rebellious. He dedicated his time to his classes. Crap.
Yeah.
This is the latest I've stayed up.
Say what?
I was just going to say, this is the latest I've stayed up for a long time.
Yeah. I'm good for another 5 minutes.
Cool. Actually, I think the last time you and I got to chat, and I stayed up late too.
Yeah.
So, but my bad, you were saying something.
The only experience like that I had with, a teacher or coach being a complete asshole. This, for me, it wasn't a coach. It was the guidance counselor. I remember I went to school one morning, and it was like the first time that I'd been in the school for like a week. I had skipped a whole bunch of days, pretty much the whole previous week. And walking down the hallway, heading to the first period class, first thing in the morning. And all of a sudden, right behind me, I hear somebody shout, "There you are, you motherfucker." And then someone put their hands
crap.
on my shoulder and made me stop walking. You know, I just turned around and decked the dude. I thought it was a fucking student, you know, someone that had a beef with me. I fucking decked the fucking guidance counselor, and he was a big dude. And he got knocked down on the ground. I just walked away. I was actually in the administration wing of the school, so I just went to the guidance office and said, "Yeah." The secretary's like, "What are you doing here?" And I'm like, "I'm gonna go sit down in this guy's office because he's gonna be back here in a minute. And he needs to talk to me." And I told the secretary, I'm like, "Is the school?" We had at that time the school had a full-time police officer throughout the day there, you know, as a school resource officer. I'm like, "Has officer so and so, has he showed up yet?" And they're like, "I don't know." I'm like, "Would you call down to the main office and have them see if he's in yet, because he's going to want to talk to me too?" And they're like, "What's going on?" I'm like, "I'm not talking about it. I'm only talking about it to them." And you know, true enough, yeah, because you know, I didn't want the guy to get in, you know, super trouble, and I didn't want to get me into super trouble. So I basically, when the cop showed up, I'm like, "Yeah, I just assaulted one of the staff here. It was an accident. I thought it was a student. The way that, you know, he grabbed me and spooked me, it was pure reflex self-defense." He's like, "What happened?" I'm like, "Dude grabbed me from behind after shouting at me, and you know, by the time I was already turned, and I was like swinging." And the guy came back in. Yeah. The counselor, he came back in, and he had a little bit of blood on him. And I had already told the cop my side of the story, and he asked, you know, the guidance counselor for his side of the story, and then he asked the guidance counselor if he wanted to press charges against me. And the guy looked at me. He's like, "I don't think that'll be necessary, but we're going to be having a conference with him for at least a couple of hours." He's like, "Okay." Basically, I told him, like, I'm sorry I hit you, but you know, I thought it was a student. You spooked me. Yeah, I'm like, nobody fucking grabs me like that. I'm like, it was pure reflex. He was all pissed off because he was really pissed off because, you know, I had skipped 5 days. You know, and obviously he was worried. He's like, "I've been trying to get a hold of the police department to, you know, check you out, you know, at your home." He's like, "To see if you know, blew your head off or something," because I was a little depressed at the time. A lot of shit going on. And I'm like, "Whatever, dude." Like, I'm not stupid enough to want to kill myself. I'm like, I basically, "Oh, fuck that."
Yep. My lovely guidance counselor, and the beginning of my junior year, this is after I went to sports, and she went through, and I was getting into some trouble. I admit I was getting into a lot of trouble. She went through and got all the stuff done it was a state funded, basically kind of like a scholarship for a military school. Brought my parents in, brought me in, and she had it all ready. All my parents had to do is sign me up. Thank God my parents, instead of signing me up, took me out of that school and put me in another one. So
yeah. For me, it was that was my senior year when this happened. I ended up skipping a lot of my senior year, and it got to the point where I was, you know, medically removed from school, and then when I was feeling better, I came back to school, and it was, you know, probably just maybe 2 weeks before graduation, and had a long sit down with the principal and the vice principal and the guidance counselor and a couple other teachers, explained to them what was going on, and they actually stuck up for me for the most part. The one vice principal, he didn't know me that well because he was fairly new on the job, or no, the regular principal. The vice principal was on my side. He's like, you know, he was telling the other guys, like, do you realize how fucked up this kid's life is with his living situation and his family and everything? And he went on and on about it. And, you know, like nobody had a clue. He's like, yeah, I've looked into it. And they basically are like, okay, well, you know, we'll start the process so we can sign up and, you know, retake the year next year. I'm like, no, you're not. You're going to let me fucking take 2 weeks of summer school and give me my diploma. And they're like, what do you mean? I'm like, look into my record and see how many, you know, hours I have of in-class time. I was way over on my credits and everything. The only thing I needed was the second semester of my senior English class. And that, you know, you could take that in summer school and finish it in 2 weeks' time. And that's what I did. And, you know, I didn't go to my graduation. I didn't plan on going to it anyway. I didn't want to be with any of them people anymore. So got my diploma. I had to pick it up, you know, a week after school ended at the Board of Education building, but I got my diploma.
Yep. I know when I was still a good kid in sports and getting along with everybody, my freshman and sophomore year, I took all sorts of classes, loaded up on classes, was even taking college credit classes and stuff like that. By my junior year, I had enough credits to graduate, but the school I moved to didn't allow early graduation. So my senior year, I took weights, a study hall, and then a literature history class, just so I had they wanted me to have some sort of regular class, which they didn't teach at the school, so I had to take it online. So I sat in the school's computer lounge and took it.
Yeah, my senior year was goofy like that. I had more than enough credits to graduate at the time. I think required graduation credits back then was 21 3/4, you know, credits. And I had like 35 because I was involved with the in-school volunteer program the whole years I was there. And that was a quick, easy way, you know, if you had empty class, if you didn't have a class for a particular period, you know, instead of just sitting down in study hall, you know, I'd work in the library or the attendance office or do some shit like that. It was free credits. So I lucked out at the end because I had more than enough to graduate with. And even at the beginning of the year, I, you know, had so many credits that I just took a couple of fuck off classes that I couldn't care less about. I got F's in both of them, you know, but it was just, I had to fill in class time, actual seat time. So I took like Latin 1, which was a complete fucking waste. And I took geography. And that was actually fun because I've always liked geography. And I remember to this day, the very first day of school that year, went into the geology class. And it was mostly younger students. It was almost all freshmen and sophomores, and I'm a senior. And everybody's looking at me kind of weird, like, what are you doing in this class? And for them, it was a fuck off class. So I'm like, whatever. I'm gonna make them all look like idiots. So the very first day, the teacher hands out a pop quiz. It was basically the world map with all the countries outlined with their borders, but no names, no labels or anything. And he told us just, you know, go country by country and identify as many countries as you can. And at the end of the quiz, you know, he took the results in, graded them up. And the next day, he gives the results and he passes out everybody's test but mine. And everybody was like, the highest score that anybody got in the entire class was like a 34%. They were completely clueless kids. And then he's like, but then there's there's one more test. And he held it up and it was like 97%. That was nice. And I'm like, yeah. And I told him like halfway through, because he started going, he's like, you kids really need some help. You know, this guy's only, you know, 3 years ahead of you, but, you know, he knows where everything is. I'm like, you don't have to like make me out like, you know, a fucking whiz, you know, because you're just going to make the rest of the class hate me. I'm like, you don't need to go on for 5 minutes, dude. Let's move on.
yeah. Please stop.
But yeah, he was blown away. because I knew like all the little countries in Africa and down in South America and the tiny micro states that weren't even, on the map that they had in Europe, like Liechtenstein and shit like that.
Oh,
So
yeah. Yep.
I drew little borders to make them out, and he was impressed.
I know in the school I moved to, they didn't allow only seniors could take government, and that was a required course. But when I transferred, something got messed up to where my junior year, the first semester, because we took 1.5-hour periods instead of every year, you got a credit every semester, you got a credit in the class. So like one semester you take your English and science, the next semester you take your math and whatever. And that's how I was able to accumulate so many credits so quick. But I was in government, and when we were trying to talk them into early graduation, they're like, well, you don't even have your government class yet and everything. It's like, I'm in government right now. And I was in there with seniors. I knew I was in there with seniors. I just thought since I needed it, and that was one of the only ones I needed, they were letting me take it. I wasn't supposed to be taking it, but I was already 2/3 through the class with a good grade. So they went ahead and left me in it. So that's why my senior year, I just had really nothing to do. But I was like you, I didn't have 35 credits, but I had 32 credits, and we only needed 26 to graduate. So yeah,
and the thing with Ohio schools back then is when standardized testing really became big. The states, everybody was gearing up to take the ACTs and the SATs their senior year and everything, but the state also started demanding state level testing, and for a lot of school districts, they basically changed the entire way they ran the school. You weren't being taught things. You were being taught how to pass the test. And that was it. Yeah. And it was a big thing in the news for 15 years or so. I don't think they do it anymore. I hope not.
Yep. I remember Colorado, a lot of schools got in trouble because is what it was on those ACTs. It got the school better recognition and more revenue because their scores, if their scores were higher, that's why they were teaching them to pass the test instead of teaching them their courses like they should have been. Yeah. Yep. They went through a thing like that in Colorado here too. So
I only took the ACT. I never took the SAT. It wasn't required at the time. And I got a 23 on the ACT, which was actually pretty good. A little low on the math side because I was never great at math, but yeah, everything else was like 97%.
Nice.
And that was the same thing when I took, as an option, you could take the ASVAB test that the military does for entrance. It's kind of like the military's SAT. And you could take it just so that you could do it as like a prep for the SAT or the ACT. So I signed up for it, and I got 97% on that. Across the board, except for math. I think math was like a 75 or something like that, but everything else was 97. So yeah, the recruiters were talking to me.
I remember the recruiter when I took my my ASVAB. They like had the sophomores and the juniors take it, and I was a sophomore and I scored really high. And then the Air Force was talking to me. They're coming in and talking to me and this and that and everything. And then I took it again at 19, and the recruiter came and got me at about 10 o'clock at night, and it's a 3-hour drive to the MEPS. And then we ended up not going to bed. We just hung out and chatted all night. And I took that test. And I mean, I did, I got a passable grade, but I can honestly tell you that I fell asleep for at least 10 minutes taking that test. And I woke up in a panic and just started clicking, and just going through it real quick. And they were like, how can you do so well 2 years ago? And then it drops, 20 points or 30 points. And I was like, I told you I don't do well off a lack of sleep. So, and he got me after a weekend, and I was 19 years old, for crying out loud. So my weekend was a lot of late nights already.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah, the
it
funny
was.
thing with my ASVAB test, the kid, you could only be a junior or senior to take them. And they just held one group, and it was in the largest study hall room that we had in the school. You could fit like 250 kids in there, I think. And I remember, yeah, you're in this big ass room, 250 kids. I was the very first one to finish the test. I turned it in after only like maybe an hour and 15 minutes, and they gave you like 2.5 hours to do it. And you know, the instructions were when you were finished with your test, you go over it once, go over it twice, make sure that you completed every question, and then you walk it up to the proctor that was handling the test. In my case, it was a sergeant in the Marines. And when I stood up, everybody's like, "What?" Like maybe he's sick and he wants to go to the bathroom or something. I just walk up to the desk and I'm like, "I'm done. Here we go." He's like, "Are you sure?" And I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Did you double check it?" I'm like, "I triple checked it." I'm like, "I'm done." He's like, "Okay, you can leave," and grabbed my bag and walked out of the room. And as I'm going by, kids were whispering, "What the fuck happened?" I'm like, I finished the test. I'm done with it. There's no reason to stay here.
Yeah.
Like, I think the next person that finished the test, it was like maybe a half hour later.
Nice. I know with the difference, and that's like what 3 years difference, 2 or 3 years difference. The recruiter's like, "Did you have some sort of head injury you didn't report?" It's like, no, dude, you kept me up all night. It was after a weekend of partying. It's like
the top 10% of the people that scored in that test, they actually had the recruiter come back to like do an after interview, recruitment thing. And when they got to me, they're like, it was the same guy. And he's like, "Yeah, you were the guy that, finished your test like a half hour before anybody else did." I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Do you know why you did that?" I'm like, "Not really." I'm like, he's like, "Well, I'll tell you why. One of the tests in the ASVAB is reading comprehension speed, like how fast you can do things accurately." And I scored 100% on that. He's like, "That's why you passed that test so fast." He's like, "You want to talk to me?" I'm like, "No, I'll talk to the Air Force." He's like, "What's wrong with the Marines? They have jets too." I'm like, "I don't want to fly. I want to jump out of planes."
Yep. I remember they couldn't figure it out because on part of it, I scored so high that I was able to take the D-Lab. Mm-hmm. And they didn't want to, they were going to put me up in a motel, have me sleep a full night, retake the test and everything so they could put it in. I didn't want to do that, so I just went ahead and took the D-Lab. And then the D-Lab I did really well on, so that confused the crap out of them even more what was going on. And, it's like I had to explain to him. The thing that finally bit me in the butt that one time is my recruiter told me not to say anything about my asthma. But when I went in for the physical, I had the inhaler in my pocket. You have to clear out your pockets. And I didn't report that. And they do not take that lightly if you lie to them about something like that. And that screwed me over more than anything. And that was the recruiter. He said, "Don't mention it. Don't mention it."
Same situation with my sister when she joined the Navy. Her recruiter told her not to divulge a certain item in her past, and she didn't, based on his advice, and it caught up with her while she was like halfway through boot camp. And they basically
did they boot her?
No, they said, "You can leave now of your own volition. If you want to continue in the Navy, the only two we're not going to obviously give you your choice of career path," because she was going to go into cryptology, and that comes along with a security clearance. So we can't trust you with classified information because you lied on your entrance. And so if you want to stay in the Navy, you have two options. You can either be a general office clerk or a dental technician.
Yeah.
So she went the dental technician route because she figured, she'd, do her 2 or 4 years or whatever it was at the time. And then she could get out and actually have skills to get a halfway decent paying job. But when she went to her A school after graduation to learn the dental tech stuff, she immediately learned that it wasn't for her. Like found out that she got sick at the sight of blood and would pass out from it and everything. And she's like, I don't want to do this for the rest of my life. So yeah, she ended up faking a suicide attempt to get out of the Navy.
Nice. Yep. That's me. Mine was pretty much, I was shot in the foot at that point because I went into the little flag room. I swore in and everything and did all that. And then as the recruiter and I were leaving, a couple other guys came up and I had to go into the office with some general lady that I had talked to previously about the Air Force Special Services or Special Forces, the pararescue, because I had got to go in and sit down with her and talk to her about that type of stuff one-on-one after the D-Lab. And then when we were getting ready to leave, I had my luggage, getting ready to walk out. They catch us and say they need to talk to both of us and everything. And they took me into a room and they're asking me, about the asthma. They're like, how long have you had it? Is this something new before you? It's like, no, I've had it, since I was a kid and everything. And they asked me fully. They're like, did the recruiter tell you to lie to us and everything? So they knew pretty much, I think, what was going on. Like a dumbass, I was like, oh no, I just didn't want to bring it up and everything, because I was afraid it would hurt my chances. I would have been probably safe if I had done that.
They
that
caught
was another
on
lie.
The recruiter that fucked my sister over. Yeah, they tracked him down a couple years afterwards because he was saying the same thing to other recruits. So he ended up, I don't know, he might have actually spent some time in, Fort Leavenworth.
Oh yeah, they get in a lot of trouble for that.
Yeah, his career was done.
Yep. And they just kept asking me the same questions over and over that basically, did anybody coerce you into lying to us about this? And they took it very seriously. Yep. And they basically let me know that I wouldn't be shipped out to boot camp and I would hear back from them to know what to do. And I never heard a word. It's like, oh shit. So over that one recruiter telling me, just don't mention to him, it's not that big of a deal. The heck it isn't. You may think it's not big, but he got, I don't know how it does it, but that they get some towards, I don't know if it's ranking or bonus points or whatever it is, but it's good for them the more recruits they get. So So apparently that's a common thing. And they knew basically, I'm pretty sure that I was still covering for him and lying. And he was a cool guy. We got along. And I remember we even drank some beers together. I was 19, it's like, cool. This guy's even giving me some beers, So I thought he was cool. So I was trying to save his butt and ended up sinking myself in the long run.
Yeah. See,
I
told back after the ASVAB test, they're like, you want to talk to us? And I told them, I'll talk to the Air Force. And I didn't follow up on that until, at least a year later, maybe closer to 2 years. I can't remember really. Went and saw an Air Force recruiter, talked to him a couple times, and he saw my ASVAB results because I told him we took it in high school. And so he was able to get those, and he's looking at it, and then he looks up at me and he's like, I can give you 20 prime choices of jobs, any posting that you want, if you go the electronics computer route. I'm like, that's not what I'm looking for. It's like, well, what do you want to do? And I told him the same thing as you. I want to go Air Force Special Operations. But instead of
the Halo, man.
Yeah, instead of being a pararescue PJ, I wanted to be a combat controller.
Oh, nice.
And he's looking at me. He's like, I'd recommend something different. I'm like, why? He's like, well, tell me first why you want to do that route. And I told him, like, you get the skydive, you get the scuba dive, you get to jump out of airplanes, and use dirt bikes and, dune buggies with machine guns. Plus, you learn how to do full air traffic control by, portable radio. Like, their main mission for years was to, like, insert into enemy territory, take over an air base, and then start running, like the air traffic control for, all the flights coming in and out. So, like, and I'm like, I looked into it. I'm like, air traffic controllers, in civilian life, they make a shit ton of money. And I'm like, yeah, that would be a good choice. That was one of the reasons why, I picked it was, post-service, skill set. And the guy's looking at me, he's like, okay, I can understand that. But he's like going back to like the actual, combat training and everything. He's like, do you realize what the course training entails? And I'm like, yeah, I've heard something about it. He's like, let me explain all the different schools you're going to go to. And it was all, and he showed me a video from actual training. There's no way I could have done that physical training. No.
Oh yeah.
It would have killed me. It would have killed me.
I got hyped about that and learned about the halos. They're the only group that do the halo jumps, the high altitude, low open with oxygen masks. They're the only group in the military that does that type of stuff. And I tell you what, the PJs, they don't get enough credit. Those guys are badasses. And they can literally perform surgery in the field with crap they bring in on soldiers. And a lot of people are like, oh yeah, but you got Green Berets, you got the SEALs. Well, they train with the Green Berets, they train with the SEALs.
Yeah.
And if there's an injured party behind enemy lines, because most of the time they go after downed pilots.
Yeah.
They go in high altitude over any type of, ground to air defense. They jump out of the planes and they target in on that. They got to fight their way out while they're keeping the guy. They don't get much credit.
I know all about it. I read one of my favorite books I've ever read was an autobiography by a PJ.
Nice.
Who he was a PJ for like at least 30 years. He's like one of the big dogs in the community, and just the amount of training that you have to go through, like the combat controller, they call it the pipeline of training. It takes like 2.5 years just to get through the training before you even get assigned to a team.
Oh yeah.
So you got to. They spend over the Air Force guys. These guys, they spend over a year down in Florida just to learn diving.
Yep. And they get dropped off in places like, they'll drop them off in like places like the middle of a swamp.
Yep.
And they've got to live for a week. They'll take them to South America like they do for the SEALs and the Green Berets. And a lot of times they're with the SEALs and the Green Berets. They get dropped off in the middle of nowhere and got to survive for a week. And
just like they do, like for pilots, the SEER training, survival, escape, resistance, evasion, and all that.
Right.
It's the same concept. The big place for it is out in Washington State. But they do it in California and up in Vermont, actually, for like winter training. And those are like some of the hardest schools in all the military. Because like they make you eat bugs. And if you want to eat, you got to eat some bugs or, trap something. The big thing they teach, like the gourmet thing, is snakes.
Yep, I was just gonna say a lot of snakes, and they're not always cooked. Yep. And I remember talking to that lady when she was talking about it. She's like, how strong of a stomach do you have? And she's like, and she wasn't talking about just the survival. She was talking about the jumps, because apparently the pressure differences and stuff like that. And what was that? Jessica Fletcher? No. Oh, that Army. She was in the Army, and she was a driver for a convoy. The convoy got
Jessica Lynch. Yeah, Jessica Lynch.
Yeah, that was PJs that went in and took out all those terrorists and stuff that had her.
It wasn't just PJs. There were a
Oh,
couple PJs attached to. It was an Army team that came in, a Ranger team,
Okay.
75th Regiment, a very historical units, going back to World War II,
Oh,
I
yeah.
think. My buddy was in it in Vietnam.
Your buddy was a badass because those guys, that was behind enemy lines. They went into a camp, into a large secure building, took everybody out, and were able to grab her, get out of the building, and then fight their way back to the lines. That's insane.
Well, they didn't kill everybody in the medical staff, the doctors and nurses.
Well, yeah, but
they didn't kill.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they smoked everybody else.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I've kind of followed her throughout the years because it was a heartwarming story at the time and everything. And
yeah,
she discharged medically, I think, out of the Army after that all happened. And she's from West Virginia. She went back to West Virginia and she became a school teacher. And I think she's married and she's got at least 2 or 3 kids now. She's
after what she went through, that's awesome that she was able to do a normal life.
She's just like a regular American cowgirl right now. It's the best way to describe her.
Nice. Because even with broken limbs and broken bones, they did a lot of bad stuff to that poor girl when she was, a lot of torture and everything.
There was another lady in her unit that got captured, and she ended up dying beforehand. Lori Pastuata. She was a Sioux Indian, I believe. Yeah, she got fucked up.
Yep. That's just because that was like a pretty amazing rescue. I mean, to go behind enemy lines, to do that, and then to fight their way back, and they didn't lose a single person on that entire thing.
Yeah. Because there was video of part of that operation that leaked out to the public.
And it showed the PJs talking to her because they had her hooked up to an IV. And I remember they're coming out of the building, putting her in an armored vehicle, and they're talking to her. And that was one of the PJs.
Yeah, she was wrapped up in a blanket, on a backboard. And I remember, I think it was one of the interviews that she gave after she came home. They asked her, "Why didn't you fight back?" And she's like, "I tried, my gun jammed." And then 1 second later, they were all over me. Shit happens.
Yep.
But I remember when I found out the unit that actually, carried out, because everybody was like, "Oh, it's SEAL Team 6, So I looked into it, and it was 75th Ranger Regiment. And I knew that was my buddy's old unit. We worked together at the gas station on night shift. And I remember I went in the next night that he was working with me. I'm like, "Yeah, did you hear about, that Jessica Lynch girl and everything?" He's like, "Oh yeah, that was awesome. It's amazing that she's back." And I'm like, "Gary, your old unit did the rescue." And he just stopped and looked at me, and he's like, "Oh my God." He started shaking. He was so proud.
Nice. Yeah, because the PJs wouldn't have gone with the SEALs. The PJs being there proved it would have been somebody else, because the SEALs have their own medics. They don't bring PJs with them.
Yeah.
Unless and they knew she was in dire shape. And like I say, the PJs can literally do surgery out there. I mean, those guys are medically taught for several years. I mean, not full blown surgery, but they can do small surgeries and stuff.
Yep. And it's the thing with Air Force Special Operation units. A lot of times they don't operate as a whole, unit themselves. They get patched out and pieced up with other military units, with the Navy, Army, Marines. The first wave of troops that we had in Afghanistan, when we first did the invasion and we're helping out, that Northern Alliance group. There was
The
a couple.
Kurds?
It was
Yep.
Well, I don't know if they were Kurds, but it was the Northern Alliance is what they called it. It was
Yeah.
a bunch of local warlords basically that they hated the Taliban. So
And we sent guys in that came down from the north with them.
Yep. And it was a mix of combat controllers, PJs, and this particular Army unit from Central Command. It was like Operational Detachment, like 495 or something, I think is what they called it.
In other words, they're deltas.
No, I don't think Delta was
I'm kidding.
involved in that one.
Oh, you don't?
I don't
I was
think
going to say deltas are never said to be deltas. They've always just got, a certain unit. They never say what, that if it's delta or whatever, it's just unit something. So usually when I hear that, it's some type of thing, I always think delta.
Well, what the government has always told us is that Delta it's an actual unit and it's based at Fort Bragg. But yeah, they spin off into same thing like the CCTs and the PJs. They spin off in other units too.
Yeah.
I'd bet my last dollar that they've been over in Ukraine since before this whole shit show started there.
Oh yeah. I truly think that, some of these Americans they say that are going over are probably servicemen just going over as quote unquote civilians. So nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think the act like what you're talking about. I don't think that makes the news because the ones that they're always reporting out are just the dipshits, keyboard warrior type guys.
Yep. But they talk about the numbers that there's hundreds. It's like, okay, yeah, but the ones that you see on the news or somebody that's probably been playing too many video games. I remember watching one guy on the news and then he left like after a couple of weeks because he was worried, some Canadian guy, because he was worried that they were just going to get put at the front line to die. It's like, you're going over there to fight. Where did you think you were going to go?
About 2 weeks ago, there was a story out about how, they were warning people who wanted to go over and do that not to do it because, you would, 9 chances out of 10, you're going to be put in a unit that's just going to be used for cannon fodder.
Yep. Yep.
And now the story that I saw yesterday, people are worried that there's indications that the Russians are capturing Ukrainian troops and Ukrainian civilians and basically forcing them into their army.
Yep. Yeah, I heard that. Oh, did you hear? There was some cabinet member, and I can't remember who it was, that something leaked out. He was talking to somebody, and it leaked out like on an email or something. But he was basically telling everybody how Trump handled, any possible Chinese invasion of Taiwan or Russian invasion of Ukraine, because apparently they were sitting at the table in talking to Kim Jong-un or not Kim Jong-un, G or whatever, the leader of China.
Oh.
No, the leader of China. But G or whatever. Yeah, I can just think of Zinny the Pooh because they kept calling him Zinny.
Something wrong.
Yeah, but they were over there, and Trump, I guess, just straight face said, if you invade Taiwan, the next day we'll invade Beijing. And I guess it just got real quiet, and it was like, well, we're not going to do anything, And I guess kind of Russia picked up on that. There was a similar thing with Russia that they're just like, crap, we don't know what this guy's going to do. So there was no chance of invasion during Trump because they were scared to death of Trump.
And there was the same thing going on during Trump to deal with North Korea, that if they, went too far and actually started, a lot of it was because of the missile testing that was being done by them, but Trump basically, underpinning all that big show of him, actually going over there and meeting Kim Jong, and it was leaked to the press a couple years back that Trump had his generals and everything come up with a plan that if North Korea fucked up big time and did something really stupid, that we had 58 targets for nukes over North Korea.
Well, I know that they had told Kim Jong Il, his people, that if they did launch on anybody like Japan or South Korea or anything, that no future generation would have to worry about threats from North Korea.
So, they turn it into a parking lot.
Yep, that they told them that. Well, it's just like, well, my red button's bigger than your red button. Everybody, even me, when I first read it, it's like, oh crap. But then what was it? 2 weeks later, Kim Jong-un was wanting to meet with Trump to talk. Yeah. So it worked. They had no idea what he would do. And that was probably the most peaceful time that, there was no new war that broke out anywhere under him, because they didn't, America's military was strong again, and they didn't know what the leader of it was going to do. They were scared to death of him.
Well, the real scary situation was when the COVID happened in regards to North Korea, because number one, they're one of the most isolated countries. Like, there's not a lot of people coming in and out of the country. Yeah. So they did, they were making claims right from the start. Oh, nobody's sick in North Korea. We don't get, just their stupid statements. Like, we're better than you, so our people are super healthy and everything. And it turned out to actually be true, because they're so isolated. There were cases, people died there, but it wasn't anything like what you heard. I think the last thing that I heard about North Korea was back a couple years, probably 2 years ago, when the pandemic was going on. The North Korean government actually ordered almost all the population to either kill or turn over their pets to be killed, because they were dealing with food shortages because of the embargoes. And they're like, if you got a cat or a dog, you got to kill it yourself and eat it, or let us do it for you.
Yeah. I remember reading something about that they're having to turn over even any livestock they had and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And when a country gets that bad off and has nothing else to lose, well, you look at some of the people, like some of the military. There was that one guy that he was on a patrol, and all of a sudden he just started running across to get free of North Korea.
I remember that. Yep.
And he got shot all those times, and they found like a dozen tapeworms in his system.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, he was one sick dude.
Yeah,
and they're like, what have you been surviving on? What are they making you eat in, in the army over there? He's like, they give us like sometimes some noodles and a little bit of broth. If we want anything more than that, we have to go out in the woods and eat like roots and bark and shit.
Yeah. Yep. And the military eats better than the civilians.
Not by much.
Not by much.
Yeah, and it's the same thing with China too. Their rations they're horrible.
Yeah. Yep. I just, and people talk about, Taiwan, China should be careful, because for one thing, Taiwan and Japan have a pact, and Trump got rid of that defense only thing for Japan. So Japan can build, there's no treaties that say they can't build offensive weapons now. And Japan's been buying a crap load of F-35s plus working on their own. And they're even working on carriers and stuff like that. So,
if they have, they're building a lot of the small aircraft carriers that are basically helicopter carriers. That's what they've been putting their money into for quite a while now.
Yep. And I think they've been ordering I know they've been ordering a lot of F-35s, and I think they're the F-35Cs that do that vertical takeoff. So,
and they've had their own version of the F-15 and the F-16 for a couple decades now. Like they actually got licensing from Lockheed Martin or whoever built those things to build
their own
version.
updates.
And they've been doing the upgrades throughout the years, so they're basically at the point now where our new upgraded version of the F-15, the F-15X or EX, whatever they're calling it now, is basically it's basically right up there with all the upgrades that Japan's been doing on their versions.
Yeah, I remember
ours
reading
is a little better, but not by much.
Yeah, and actually we got the idea of the refurbishment from them because they were getting so many advancements on it and everything. That's why they started doing those. They call them they're old generation 4. They're not generation 5, so they're calling them generation 4.5s, but they will actually take out most even all of Russia's stuff. Even Russia's supposed new generation 5s, they said they'll compete with them in a dogfight. And everybody, I remember I had an argument with everybody. It's like, or somebody, they're like, well, the F-35s though, and the F-22s, they can't hang in a dogfight. It's like, they're not made for dogfighting. They're made for taking a jet out before that jet even knows that they're getting shot at.
It's not a case of interception. It's getting the missile fight. It's called standoff. Offensive operations. They want to shoot that missile from 40, 50 miles away so they don't have to get anywhere near that target.
Right. Yep. So I mean, they're not. I don't. And the cool thing about it, if it did turn into a dogfight or something, these new 4.5s, they can handle every bit of the dogfighting capacity. But those F-35s and F-22s, that's never what they were designed for. That's the reason for Generation 5 is that, like you said, that standoff capability.
Yeah, they were pushing that in years ago, as far as not original mission specifications, because they started using the F-22s on bombing runs and for ground support.
Yeah,
and taking out villages and shit, because they made it so that they could drop JDAMs off of those things. Yeah, the F-35. There was actually talk years back about replacing the A-10 with the F-35, which if you ask me is a little stupid.
It's insane.
A-10, they should put the money into keeping that thing going as long as they can, just like the B-52.
Well, and actually it's so popular with ground forces, they're actually not only keeping those around, they're trying to redevelop using the same airframe, redevelop a new concept with it, like they did with the F-15s, the F-16s, and I heard the F-14s, but somebody told me one night we were chatting, somebody told me they canceled that one. Okay, and they canceled that one, you said, right?
They don't have the capability to build. They would have to start up new tooling and everything, because everything that had to do with F-14 production was scrapped out in the factory where they made them up in it was at Calverton on Long Island up in New York, and the whole plant's gone.
That's too bad, because that prototype that they were talking about on that one video I saw, I guess that thing was outperforming a lot of stuff. That's too bad that they can't mass produce them.
It was a great frame because it could hold so many armaments.
Yeah.
The thing was, when they retired them, almost immediately when they got them out to the desert, they didn't actually put them in storage or anything. They scrapped them all out. They completely destroyed every component because they were afraid that parts from those retired planes were going to end up in the hands of the Iranians, because they're the only other country that still uses the F-14s. We don't.
And they, with the help of the Russians, have updated a lot of those to make them. Have you seen the Iranian F-14s? Are pretty cool looking, I'll admit. They
Yeah, but
update a lot of.
not too many of them are in flying condition anymore. I think they've got like 80 of them, and
Yeah.
only about maybe 15 or 20 of them are in flight worthy condition.
And the
not
ones
all
that
the
are,
time. They swap
and the
out
ones that
parts.
are, my
They
bad.
swap parts out as much as they can on them to keep
Yep.
at least a certain amount running.
And they're updated ones. They're trying to stuff the, I think it's the SU engines in them and stuff, and they don't perform like they're supposed to in them. So that's kind of a comical thing. So yeah, that's not working out too bad for them. They do look cool though, the updated ones. but yeah, our new F-15, heck, even our old F-15 and F-16s would take them out. I had a friend we were talking about it. He's like, well, heck, the F-18's been one of the most reliable. When are they going to do that? I was like, they did it 10 years ago with the
Super Hornet.
Super Hornet. Yeah. It was one of the first ones they looked into doing.
Yeah, because it's multi-mission capable.
Yeah.
The problem that why half of the issue with why they did the Super Hornet upgrade was that the original Hornets, they were having such a problem getting parts for them. They were even scavenging parts for the original F-18s out of museums and like wherever they could find them, where they would, put them up on a pedestal in front of an airport, as a gate guard plane. They were
Nice.
tearing those things apart for spare parts.
Nice. Well, and it makes more sense to refit these planes that are millions of dollars instead of billions of dollars.
Yeah.
And we get planes that can still kick the crap out of any of our adversaries. So, I get staying ahead of them, but let's be with our money and not waste it. If we got a chance to get some really good fighters, we'll have more jets that way. Still advance and still get the new ones, but yeah.
The as far as the bombers go, I mean, the B-52, they're planning on using that for at least another 20, 30 years. And they can probably extend it past that. Now, the B-1, the Lancer, they're having a lot of problems now. They don't have that many left as they used to have. And they just, the other day, the unit at Dice Air Force Base, Dice or Dice, however you pronounce it, they were launching a training exercise and one of the engines exploded on one of them on the ground, thank God.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a picture of it. It like this huge ass fireball comes out the back end of the plane as it's getting ready to taxi. It was like, whoa.
That's too bad because the Lancer is one of our main smaller bombers that hauls ass.
Yeah.
It's not really the high altitude, stealth. It's just hauls ass.
But the funny thing is they decertified the B-1 for any nuclear munitions a few years ago. It's strictly a conventional bomber now. They actually removed the bomb bay components to accept, nuclear weapons. For some reason, they decided they didn't want them in there anymore.
But it can still carry like the Moab, the Daisy Cutter, and stuff like that, right?
I'm sure. Yeah.
Have you ever seen some of the videos from Afghanistan that they released of the Moabs? Holy crap!
Jade,
one.
They're not Moabs; they're JDAMs.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, because the Moabs we don't really have. We might not even have any of them left. They have a newer, updated version, but we never had that many of them. But yeah, I have seen a couple actual Moab videos. Yeah, those are insane. But yeah, the ones you're talking about in Afghanistan, those are the JDAM strikes. And sometimes they'll like drop 3 or 4 of them, trying to get like 2 buildings in a village, and it just takes out the entire village.
Oh yeah, whatever they shot in this one.
It looks like a volcano erupting.
Oh yeah, yep. Yeah, because it just, I mean, it looked like the entire side of the mountain disintegrated, and the city looks like it's probably at least a dozen miles away from where it hit. And then you wait a little bit, and all of a sudden, just like the percussion of it hits the cameraman and is shaking all around, and you can hear the
Well, yeah, in
that's
some of
just
those
insane.
videos, you can actually see the pressure wave moving through the air right above the ground.
Nice.
You can like those old video shots, like the B-52 strikes in Vietnam, where you can see all the little pressure waves from the little bombs.
Yep.
This one, it's like you're dropping like a 4,000-pound JDAM, and you see this huge pressure wave coming from like a mile and a half, 2 miles away, and then when it hits is when the sound hits you at the same time, and it's like insane.
Whatever was on the side of that mountain, of the one I saw, there was nothing left alive on that freaking mountain. I can guarantee that if they are the luckiest SOB in the world. Because that was just, I mean, it looked like that whole mountain, like you said, a volcano. It looked like it erupted. It was just insane. And,
like,
those videos are the perfect thing to send out for PSYOPs. Put those videos out.
Oh, yeah.
You deal with us, you deal with this.
Dude, I remember an early video from Afghanistan where they were using an A-10 to take out some bad guys that were, the building that they were in was like it wasn't in a village or a town or anything. It was like way up in the mountains, built on this, like the side of a cliff or something. It was like a 3-story concrete, building. Kind of looked like a house, but who knows? And they just did a couple gun runs with it, with the A-10, just with its cannon. It was like a professional demolition job. There was nothing left of it.
Okay, is that the one where you could hear the people in the background talking like it's a house over there, and they're like, "What house?" And they're like, "The house that used to be there."
Yeah, it was
and everything. And they're trying to show the guy where it was, and there's just nothing left of it. And they're like, "No, it was right there." And you could hear him kind of chuckling. It's like, we're not kidding you. There was something there.
Some of these videos, like, you'll downright hear the people in the background screaming, "Fuck yeah!" And, high-fiving and partying and shit. Whenever any of those bombs go off, it's hilarious.
Yeah. And then when it gets completely obliterated, you just hear them like, "Holy shit," with a giggle in their voice, like, "Holy crap." It didn't even surprise them when some of that crap
the guys are making. There's a couple videos of people shooting Barrett 50 calibers, taking out insurgents and shit from like a mile away, and you hear like the spotter, like 3 seconds after the guy fires the rifle, and he's like, hit on every shot, and then he's like, "Wow, that guy doesn't have a head anymore. Oh, that guy just, the round tore him in half." It's like off-color commentary. Same thing with the videos of the spooky gunships, those C-130s that fly around and have the howitzer and the Vulcan cannons on the side of them. Like, they have video of those from Afghanistan that's out of this world. They're taken from the gun sights on the plane, and they're circling around this tiny little village, and all the bad guys, they retreated into a church, a mosque, in like the center of this tiny little shitty village. And you hear the pilot and the gunner, they're talking about targeting. They start using like the howitzer, and I'm talking the full 105 millimeter
nice.
or 155 millimeter shells, and they're using them like sniper rifles on individual guys on the ground. And it's just like, you hear them target, check, fire, and then you hear a guy hit, and like it's all on night vision, black and green, and you see these people, the spectral outlines of the guys on the ground moving around, and then you just see this light flash, and then you see the thermal image of like their body just flying in every direction. It's
The
war
talking about
porn.
yeah, talking about the warthog. That one where the guy's like, you hear this burr like that, and he's like, "Oh, you done it now," and that's all you hear, and you just keep hearing that. Yep, because they couldn't figure out where the guy was shooting from, and then you heard that burr like that, and oh,
Well,
you done it now.
The cool thing about the A10 when they do that, it's like you hear the rounds hitting target. It makes a distinctive noise. It's like ripping leather.
Yep.
And then you hear the burst after it because the sound of the rounds being fired by the plane are a couple of seconds apart. So you just
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's like let me sing you the song of my people.
Yeah. Some of the stuff they say though with those is just epic. I mean, like that. Oh, you done it now? Like you shouldn't have been doing it. They didn't say this, but we tried to tell you, but you didn't. But those ghost ships, man, those are crazy with depleted rounds and stuff like that. And
yep.
I know they had a thing that like the Taliban started calling it the Black Death because they knew it was they basically saw that they couldn't see the plane because they do all their missions at night or so high that they have no idea where it's at. But they've seen the videos and know what it looks like, and they know that's what's shooting at them. They started calling it the Black Death.
Oh,
so yeah, it's it shows the capability. We were stalled out in Afghanistan for so long. A president got in there that finally let our military do what they're trained to do. And what happens? They kicked the crap out of them for 4 years, pretty much depleted them. And then we get a weak president in there and he gives it back to them. That's why we're having all our troubles right now, in my opinion, is over his withdrawal from Afghanistan was like a domino effect. They saw weakness and they're jumping all over it.
Oh, and you don't hear anything about it in the news now.
Oh yeah, yep.
Mainstream news, yeah, nothing at all about it.
That's because people knew it was on Biden for not stepping up, and all this stuff he keeps sending over there. And when you do see a Ukrainian interview, they haven't seen any of it yet. And then the White House, Jen Psaki, on one of her last things before she left, she was like saying, well, it takes a while, sometimes months to get it all situated and over there. It's like, no, you can get that crap over there right away if you wanted to. You don't want to because your boss is the one in bed with the Russians, actually.
Yeah, there's a lot of... They've been getting a lot of shit lately. They just got a huge shipment of man-pad missiles, like Stinger type shit.
Did they actually get them this time?
Yeah.
Okay.
They might be getting a bunch of tanks from Poland, and a couple of other countries too. But a lot of the stuff that the U.S. has pledged them, it's going to take forever.
My thing still, I still stand on this, is there needs to be a reminder there that, okay, we're saving your butts. This is costing our people a crap load of money. So when your economy gets going and booming again, you're going to have to, help us back with some of that. We can't support every nation in every conflict. There's got to be some type of payback for it when we do, because the American taxpayers, and let's face it, look at after World War II. And I'm not saying we should have been involved with that well before we were, and I think we learned a valuable lesson that we can't wait too long to get involved with some of that. Otherwise it becomes too big and we lose too many lives. But at the same time, look at the taxes that our parents and grandparents paid for decades after that war, because we paid for all the weaponry. We never asked for anything back. And plus we paid to rebuild all those countries and then just basically got kicked in the crotch after by a lot of them. It just, yeah. And that's, that's kind of crafty to put all that on one country, whether it's the largest economy in the world or not. You got to pay your bills. Somebody does something for you, you got to pay for it. And there's a lot of people think I'm crappy for saying that, but no, it's got to be that way, I think.
I'm looking at one of my main military news sites right now, and the top headlines are France has donated howitzers, Polish tanks to come after, Norway sent a bunch of its Mistral missiles. Here's a good one. A deadly blaze rips through Russia's top air defense research laboratory.
Oh, wow. Oh, they're striking into Russia now then.
It's probably like underground groups doing that shit, sabotage. Okay, here the Russian cruiser that got sunk, a week or so ago. The Russians are sending a salvaging ship to try and find it and pull it up. The salvaging ship, it's 110 years old.
Oh God.
It's a fucking antique.
Yeah, their flagship got sunk, dude. That's bad. That's like an embarrassment upon embarrassments.
Oh, here's a good one from a couple of days ago. I didn't hear about it until I saw it on this site. It was either Tuesday or Wednesday. There was a flight, illegal, flight that happened over restricted airspace over DC. That happens all the time. Pilots, going off course, and the next thing you know, like the Air Force has two fighters flying right next to them.
Yeah.
Telling them to land and shit. Well, the latest scare, they had, a plane that they thought was, in restricted airspace. It turned out that the plane was the Army's Golden Knight parachute team. They were doing a training op. So that was just a case of people not, getting the right information to the other side, the other agency or whatever.
Lack of communication right there.
Exactly. Like the Army, they had the flight plan of, authorized and everything, and it just didn't make its way to NORAD or whatever.
Yeah. I do still stand by my thing about that this has got to be a European thing. The Europeans got to step up mostly on this.
Oh, yeah.
Because I think if we engage, I think we've got to keep all of our assets ready to combat China. Because if we engage over there too highly, then that's going to leave China an opening for Taiwan and Japan and who knows what else. And let's face it, it's not just Taiwan they want. They want everything in the Pacific.
Well, their main focus is the South China Sea. Like around the Spratly Islands. And it's all contested. Technically, it's in the international waters. But China claims it. The Philippines are claiming some of it. Vietnam's claiming some of it, and I think even Australia is claiming some of it.
But
and that's where
China's
the Chinese are building those artificial islands with runways and shit popping up all over the place.
And China's even claiming a lot of those atolls that we got. We've got.
They hate the fact that they hate the fact that we have Guam, and all the bases in Japan. Yeah, they really hate the fact that we signed a new defense agreement with Australia.
Yeah,
they hate that.
Yep. Well, and I actually think it's going to be, because Australia, for some odd reason, leased out a port to the Chinese military.
Up by Darwin, the very north part of the country.
Yep, the Victoria area, and that was the dumbest thing. That
Oh,
whole
and
province
it's
is
not
so
just a
screwed up.
port. It was an airport as well. They had a military grade airport that they built out not far from that city. And
Right.
I remember Jack talking about this years ago. He was all pissed off about it. He's like, yeah, you go up by Darwin, you drive past a couple certain places, and you got, fucking Chinese troops, with AKs patrolling the fence line. He's like, I don't understand it.
What type of idiot leader lets a communist nation gives them a foothold in your country?
Yeah.
And
It
I
all
see
starts out
them.
with trade agreements and shit, and then just works its way on up from there, I'm sure.
Yeah. Oh, I'm
'Cause
sure,
like
but it's still
the shit
just
that
the
they've
most.
been doing, because China has been trying to build up that military port complex in Africa. I think on the eastern side of Africa somewhere.
Yeah.
They wanted to do the same thing in the South America, I think with like Bolivia or something, or Central America. I don't know. One of those county-run countries down there.
I tell you what, and I truly believe this. The U.S. needs to start getting better relations because China's moving in hard on that League of African Nations that's coming up, and that is a very much up and coming powerhouse. With those countries uniting together, industrial wise, everything, it's an up and coming powerhouse. And we better start making some treaties and friends with them before China does, because China's working hard with them.
Yeah.
And we're not doing much. And yeah, they might not be a lot now, but if you look at their like gross domestic product rise and how much it's leaping every year, and especially the more countries they get in there, holy cow, they're on their way to being every bit up there with China. And maybe not our level for, it might take them 50 years to get to our level or better, but within the next 20, they could definitely compete with like a Japanese, a Chinese, or even like a Germany economy. And trade with that, the trade deficit is actually more now than it was before Trump got in, and Trump reduced it way down, and then Biden puts it right back in plus another 80 billion. So now we're at $496 billion trade deficit yearly. God, our leader's an idiot right now.
That's why all you see on Amazon nowadays is shit made in China.
Yeah,
hardly any Western made shit.
Oh, and it sickens me. You got places like, you got companies like, all my tools are made in China. I cannot buy a tool that is made here, a cordless power tool. DeWalt has their XRPs that they say they're promoting as made in the USA. That's total BS. It's assembled in the USA by parts
like
made
Japanese
in China.
cars, just like Honda.
Yep. It's so aggravating, but I need those tools to do my job. So I gotta buy them. I'm actually looking more into Makita right now, because at least a lot of those are still made in Japan. So Japan, and I think the Philippines or something like that. So, I mean, it's still not made here, but at least it's, in democratic nations and not communist nations. And Vietnam is no better. It's a communist nation. They will do the same thing China is doing if we build up their economy.
Yeah, no one ever talks about that. They want you to forget that Vietnam is commie.
Yep.
You never hear anything about it.
And they want to make it sound how great it is to, we can move our stuff over there instead of with China. It's like, well, it's going to be the same thing all over again. We obviously don't learn our lessons well.
Well, hey, bro, I got to crash.
Yeah, me too. I think everybody in chat's asleep too.
Yep.
Right on, man. Well, it was good chatting with you. And chat, we'll talk to y'all later.
Catch y'all on the flip side.